come thou Lord of Jesse, free Zion from Satan's tyranny. From depths of hell thy people save, and give them victory o'er the grave. Rejoice.
We're alive, guys.
All right.
He's slightly judging you. It's fine.
Well then.
It's okay. I can be slightly judged.
And welcome back to the next thrilling installment of the adventures of the crew of the Berezaya Argia. As we last left our intrepid heroes, they went through a harrowing battle to aid their friend and adoptive crewmate Argentia, who had been drawn to this. Ultimately, what turned out to be a soul of an ancient silver dragon that was entrapped within the confines of this clockwork machinery run by a lich, no less. Particular nasty bastard. And our crew fought valiantly and against both the lich, the clockwork monstrosity, as well as a kind of a charmed-ish green dragon that was also kind of drawn to the mechanics. Unfortunately, it was a brutal fight. I think Narashti was maybe the only one that was not dropped to 0 hit points.
Rhiannon also not.
Rhiannon and Narashti, but
There's a lot of feels about that.
Yeah.
Everybody got beat up, and in fact, several people on death's door, and unfortunately, 2 of our party that, whether they wanted to or not, had embraced, given into death's embrace, and are currently no longer of this world, have let loose their mortal coil, as it were. The machinery was destroyed, and the soul of the ancient silver dragon was free. However, you now have the task of kind of picking up the pieces of this, I guess you could say, very kind of Pyrrhic victory as far as that goes.
It's a battle's done, and we kind of won situation.
So we sound our victory cheer?
And so there are...
I don't think any of us are really cheering right now.
Where do we go from here?
We go to Roat. That's where we go.
Straight to Roat. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Now, you guys are currently in kind of the Shadow Marches, kind of that border area sort of between the Shadow Marches and Droyan. With where you're at, you could go to Roat, but truthfully, you're probably even closer to some of the larger towns or cities of the Shadow Marches, like Zarashak, and you're even more closer to the capital of Droyan, the Great Keep, or the Great Crag, pardon me.
Can I make some kind of roll, like a history or something like that, to know if there is a Jurasco enclave in the Shadow Marches capital?
Sure.
Would you call that a history?
Sure, we'll call it history.
Can I make the same roll for the capital of Drowan?
Absolutely.
I got
or if you'd like, one of you could roll with advantage.
Adam, go ahead and roll with advantage. I'll get it.
Okay. Let me
I think yours is probably higher than mine.
Roll again. Right, so 16 on the capital of the Shadow Marches.
Being that it's the capital city, like, I mean, granted, it's nowhere near in size of state of like Sharn or even Rowan for that matter. But being that it's the capital, yes, all the Dragonmark houses are represented.
I would like to roll again check my memory and see if I know about Droam.
You're uncertain about Drowan.
Okay.
I mean, there are technically House Orion trade roads that go into Drowan.
But they existed before Droam was Droam, and yeah.
You know, I'd say the reception is kind of like, while it is somewhat safe for travel, it's kind of like, it's kind of like a trying to get a comparison, but that's turning out to be coming out as a very racist thing in my mind, and that's horrible. So, but basically, it's still a very, the laws of the land are very kind of draconian, so to speak, especially for those that are not considered citizens.
So you're saying we'd get less than a lukewarm reception, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily be like arrested outright, but you're definitely second-class citizens.
Okay.
Like, the only person who probably wouldn't be a second-class citizen if you'd grown up is probably Parker.
One way or another, I don't want to fuck with that. So I will kind of glance at, as we are all kind of gathered on the ship, I will look at Amaya. Is Amaya in any shape to run the fucking vessel?
Probably.
Okay.
I will assume that whoever was at 0 hit points but did not die at the end of that battle, that between Naramsti, who I'm pretty sure was pretty full on spell slots, as well as whatever potions we have, we can probably get the people that were at 0 back up to at least positive hit points. Everybody is definitely going to need, a bare minimum of short rest, if not a long rest, to just kind of recuperate.
Well, those of you that have healing, Narashti, do you want to hit some people that need the healing real quick, and then we can take a short rest?
Yeah, let me. Hold up, sorry, I was making food. I'm away from my computer.
I'm pretty sure the potion that Nikali was going to give to Ember, Narashti gave to Nikali.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, let's see. Gavin, were you at 0?
I did it. I was at 1 point. I have 1 hit point currently.
Oh, that's right. You stabilized.
I rolled a nat 20 in the 11th hour.
Gavin came and picked up Ember's body.
That sounds about right.
Okay, so I'm gonna do my second level cure wounds at second level for you.
Okay.
So you'll go up 14.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Would we know? I'm just remembering back to Rhiannon's arm and the fact that the Jarasco Enclave at Stormreach didn't have high enough medicine to be able to fix it. Would we know if this one in the Shadow Marches of all places would have someone of a sufficient talent to be able to bring our friends back?
I would say probably not.
Probably we wouldn't know, or probably they wouldn't.
I don't think anybody in the party has been to the Shadow Marches. maybe Amaya, but whether or not she explored it fully or not, she probably didn't because she's a crew member on an airship. So other than leave, they have to be on the airship.
How fucked up is Amaya right now?
Maya is also super fucked up, but she's also probably refusing any magical healing while other people are still hurt.
Okay, after Narashti heals Gavin, Gavin gets a weird look on his face, walks over to Amaya, and just very lightly just touches her shoulder and casts Cure Wounds at 4th level. It's not like I gave you a choice. Take 21 points of healing.
I was going to say, it's kind of a weird question, but is there like a will negates for a cure spell?
Not really, no. Not in that.
All right. How many hit points was it?
21.
21. As you do that, Amaya glares at you, slaps your hand away as hard as she possibly can, and leaves you.
How far to wherever in the shadow reaches?
Okay.
How long will it take us to get there?
So,
Marches.
we'll say it's like maybe a day's travel by airship to get to the largest city or settlement is definitely the capital. And yeah, so it'd take you maybe a day of airship travel to get there.
In kind of a low voice, as Rhiannon's kind of thinking about this, Gavin will. So I don't know anything about the Shadow Marches or what's in the capital or whatever. Like I know we figured out that there's probably a House Orion or a House Jarasco enclave there, but I mean, like we found out in Stormreach, they may not have the power to do the thing. We know there's going to be in Roat because that is the capital city of an entire country. I know it's a little macabre and it'll take a little bit longer to get there, but that might be our best option.
Honestly, what I was thinking, I'd rather go straight where we know we can get what we need rather than rolling the dice on something that's unknown.
I don't want to gamble on our friends' lives.
You seem to Kali kind of. I hate to interrupt, but if we do go, we may not want to take the straight path. The people who own that airship may be looking for us and or retribution if we go back to the same way we came. At least from what I've heard of if the owners were people from Droan.
Amaya, if we go around Droam to get to Roat, how much longer would that take?
How much longer would that take?
Well, if you were to try to skirt around Droam, you've got two choices basically. You can either kind of circle north, going through like the Elding Reaches and then down north through Braylon, or you could go through the south, go over the ocean basically through across Manta Bay and then go to like Charn. Either route, because you're kind of taking that roundabout path, I would say would be about maybe a 4 or 5 day journey.
But Charn would potentially have what we need too, right?
You know for a fact
Charn absolutely does.
So if we can get to Charn rather than Roat, I mean, that might be even a better option.
I think we should take as few risks as we can. Do we know how long we have until before we can't bring them back?
Go ahead and make a, we'll say Arcana or Medicine roll.
Anybody or just Narashti?
Well, you guys are talking about this all together, so I'd say anybody.
That's a natural 20 for a total of 26.
Holy crap. All right.
Do not hit a 26.
So I apologize. Hannah, what was your question? How did you say?
How long do we have before they can be revived?
I want to say.
I think Raised Dead is either 7 or 10 days.
Yeah, I believe it's 10 days. We'll have me double check.
And Sharn is 5 days?
Truthfully, either if you go north and over to Roat or south and over to Sharn, the distance to get to either one will be roughly the same in that you're trying to avoid flying over drawing.
Right.
So let's see, raised dead. Yeah, raised dead no longer than 10 days.
Okay. We
So
have 10 days.
You'll
Okay.
have a little bit of a wiggle room as far as that goes.
I'm gonna go with
Quantity.
I think we should go to Sharn.
I
Yeah.
think we should go to Sharn too. They had a lot of stuff there. I bet they have the stuff to make them feel better.
I mean, they would in Roat, but Sharn is a known quantity as far as I'm concerned, so that's why it's got my vote. Not that it matters. Anybody opposed to going to Sharn?
No.
Great.
It is.
The dead people can't vote. We're going to Sharn.
Yep.
Gavin does not say that. That was me.
Harsh, dude. Harsh.
Okay. You see Argenta actually picks up Barca to board the airship.
I follow Argentia.
Hmm?
I follow her.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll carry Ember in too.
Narashi's right with Ember and Gavin.
Okay.
Maya's reluctant to let Argentia take Barca, but does.
You can lift him easier than we
Like,
can.
other than Gavin, I think she might be the only one who can lift him easily.
I mean, Maya and Rhiannon managed last time.
True.
And you guys board back on Zion. And start making your way kind of south to then go south by southeast back towards Sharn. There's definitely a somberness to the ship. The only thing slightly at odds to that is every once in a while you guys will catch the gauntlets sort of high-fiving themselves over the cannonball drop, but they've been with you guys enough now to notice that, especially with everybody you beat to hell and
I will make sure to praise them copiously for their efforts in that particular fight and make certain that they have extra rations to satisfy their hunger as a reward for a very, very well done job.
okay.
Tarashi's gonna corner Amaya and insist that you need to take a break. You are hurt and you need to go rest because you're not good to any of us the way that you are.
I've been through bad scrapes before, and I know my limits. I promise I will rest when there is time to rest.
Which is now we're flying. We can wake you up if something happens. You're no good to us. You're no good to Zaya if you are too hurt to help us in a bad situation.
And you both kind of feel the presence of Zaya in your minds that it's okay, Mom, I've got this.
Maya doesn't say anything, but she'll turn and she'll kind of go below decks and just kind of sit in the same room where Barca's been laid out.
And I imagine we laid them in their respective rooms.
Actually, so with Ember, sure, absolutely. You notice that Argentina has Barca kind of laying sort of kind of in the crook of her forelegs a little bit. And just looks very, I mean, granted, she's really the only dragon who's really had any super huge interaction with for an extended period of time, but definitely feeling forlorn. And you notice at one point the one of the goblins even tries to approach to sort of pay their respects, and she growls at them and they run off.
Despite growling dragon, Rhiannon absolutely would not leave Barca. She's going to have to deal with it.
And that's fine, but she's definitely, they are definitely lamenting, but they are not, I mean, they're not doing anything to the body.
Right.
Sure.
The arms of a dragon.
Oh yeah.
I know I'm dead, but I couldn't help it.
That is beautiful.
Oh. Somewhere Sarah McLachlan went, somebody's abusing my music.
Too soon. Too real.
But beautiful. That was
No, that was great. I loved it.
So the first, the ship Zaya takes off, and it's a pretty kind of harrowing experience for everybody. You know, just trying to struggle with everything that's kind of happened. Is there anything, I mean, other than, of course, like, you know, getting rest, healing up, yada, yada, but is there anything anyone would like to do for the first day of travel?
Gavin is gonna try to maintain something of a normal schedule. I mean, and it's definitely not an easy. It's not an easy thing for him. But he's going to try to, you know, just keep his routine as normal as he possibly can. He is also going to try to focus on some of his newfound abilities. And I don't know how you want me to quantify him retraining some of his warlockiness for sorcererness, but he's going to work on that a little bit. I don't know what that would look like, but
Okay. How so right now you're 8th level. How many levels were you looking to?
I just want to retrain one warlock level and replace it with a level of sorcerer.
Okay. We'll say you were beginning that process.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it's kind of weird because it's not. I mean, yes, there are things that can be trained, like how to cast certain spells and whatnot. But you're sort of going on this sort of retrospective kind of meditative journey to tap into that more of your kind of your Azamar soul, so to speak.
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard to explain because at some points it's like Zen. Like you don't, you know, there's not an instruction book on how to get there. Did you know when you're there, kind of thing.
Sure.
And so you are definitely kind of focusing on that, kind of going internal.
Bit of a path of self-discovery.
Absolutely.
Narashti's gonna take like a spot up on the front of the ship, and kind of be looking out, but then also mind linking with Zaya and keeping her company, and then talking about more of like introspective, like Kalashtar and the kind of core religion of life, and just kind of contemplating that and teaching a little bit with her and trying to comfort her in that way through the kind of spirituality side of things.
Sure.
So apparently Narashti is Zaya's godmother.
I'm here for it.
Amaya is probably spending about 16 hours a day kind of, piloting and working with Zaya and talking with her, keeping an eye on the horizons and all that. And then the 8 hours when she actually sleeps is probably in a chair by Barca.
Okay.
Oh, quick addendum. I would not resume language lessons with Liddy because with Barca dead, I just don't have it in me.
That's fair.
Yeah.
At least the first day, Rhiannon's going to work on her spell scroll that she's trying to learn.
Okay.
For Barca.
Okay.
Because we're getting him back and she's going to need it.
And I
Unless
must
she's probably a little bit on edge around Gavin and trying to keep her distance.
I will say, Gavin, when you we'll say when Liddy actually broaches the subject and you're like, I just can't right now. You do see Nikali kind of limp up because he's still got a couple of deliveries, but he's like, it's okay. I can.
Thank you.
And he just kind of pats you on the shoulder. And then kind of jumping back to, Narashi, you kind of talking about the spirituality and the kind of the light, Ilyana, and just kind of that Kalashtar culture. It's, thinking of what you're saying, and everybody joking that you were the godfather, but, it's perfectly natural to you who also had two sort of mentors, one more, Kalantash, the one that was more of a martial prowess, and then Adonashti, you're more of your spiritual guide, as it were.
Yeah.
When you're telling Zaya about all of this, you just kind of get that memory that's like, this is a good thing. Like this is right.
Mm-hmm.
So to speak, like it fits. And Zaya is always grateful for, being mind linked with her. There's always this sort of insatiable curiosity with her.
Mm-hmm.
That is, it's such an interesting dichotomy because obviously her mentality is while very mature in a lot of aspects, like obviously she's very intelligent. She didn't have to go through an adolescent phase of banging blocks together or whatever, but there's still, in a lot of sense, a lot of maybe call it naivety or innocence over the things she doesn't know, and so she very much has that like a child that wanting to just soak up as much knowledge as she can kind of thing.
I think Narashti kind of relates to that too, because she also has a very innate sense of curiosity, just kind of in her nature. So she's understands, and I mean it's a different, Zaya's definitely coming from that more childlike, but Narashti gets it. Narashti will also grump at everybody to make sure they're sleeping, just kind of in a not necessarily like a mom way, but just kind of a hey, I don't know, just more grumpy about it than she's ever been grumpy.
A little less mom, a little more drill sergeant.
Yeah.
At what point do you think, this is for Brian, what point do you think Gavin would realize that Amaya is avoiding him?
Nah.
I mean, she's not trying to be super subtle about it.
I mean, what's your passive insight?
That's a good question.
Sorry, I am not the DM.
No,
I need to shut my mouth.
And truthfully, I have to remember to use passive insight and perception a lot more often anyway, so thank you for reminding me. I appreciate it.
10.
10? You are pretty much clueless on that regard. However, I guess one thing you do kind of notice, because you see when you kind of come up after kind of one of your meditative sort of kind of focusing on yourself as far as harnessing your potential. You kind of come up for some fresh air, and you notice the two things you notice is one, you notice that several of the Goblin crew members are kind of cleaning Amaya's quarters, and they are doing a good job because they're actually being kind of directed by Zaya. Mainly because you can hear the goblins talking to her. Because again, with the telepathy thing, they still speak up off. But when you kind of notice, oh, they're in the quarters, that's a little strange. Because you guys have kind of built your boundaries as far as where they kind of can go and should not go without supervision. But you kind of notice she's not in her quarters, and then you kind of look over by where Rhiannon and Argenta are kind of just kind of sitting over there by the body of Barca, and you see kind of sitting next to them, kind of slumped in a chair, in a position that does not even look potentially comfortable. But you see Amaya is just kind of passed out.
Okay, well, at this point, I just figure she needs to sleep, so I'll let her be. If it ever becomes blatantly
Ember into a back room. Everybody has forgotten.
I was getting to that.
I am noting.
No.
I am noting.
Rhiannon feels responsible for Barca.
Honestly, here's the thing. I'm thinking Gavin, and this, I was going to say this before you spoke up. Gavin is probably doing his meditation and reflecting in the room where you are.
And Narashti would perform. I don't know if there's any sort of like ritual or anything that she would. I don't know. She'd also be interacting and being near Ember's body as well, because she feels very guilty.
Right.
Yeah.
So Gavin,
the first day at least, Rhiannon would be with
thing.
Barca, but after the first day, Rhiannon would be splitting her time between Ember's room and where Barca is. I don't want either of our friends to be alone.
Yeah.
So the first day seems to go uneventfully, other than everybody just kind of picking up the proverbial slack of other people's roles a little bit as far as running the ship, just to make sure that everybody gets rest, everybody gets recuperation. You all do get the abilities of a long rest.
Thank God I had jack shit left.
Some of us deeper and longer than others.
No, Barca! You're
Can I
me,
rearrange
Darren.
some skills?
Well, actually, so Barca,
I don't know how to answer in dead form. Yes.
what would you see Barca's heaven
Oh
or
no.
hell be like?
Oh,
Oh,
What would
you're,
I see if
you're an
Barca-
ass,
You
Brian.
Buffying this?
Hey, everybody shut up. I'm talking to Barca.
Barca's heaven. Probably in the treetops, reminded of him when he was younger, very, very young before he was brought into slavery. Probably reminders of when he was with only few light memories he might even have of his mother in her arms, probably before he was ripped away into that. So my guess is the only form of heaven he would know was that, even though it's nondescript. It's that feeling that's still there. So he's probably brought back to there, and then just glorious amounts of food and comfort.
Okay.
Also, being in the arms of a dragon. That could be, I mean, he might be getting both at the same time.
And how about you, Amber?
Oh. It would be an event that has not happened yet. It would have been in one of Sharn's most elaborate palaces or manor houses that I performed in. But it would be filled with all of the people that I care about, and it would be my wedding with Kira.
Okay.
So we would be in wedding dresses, and there would be all the finest things of Sharn given to us without any prejudices of who and what we are. And we are fully accepted into society.
So, Ember, as you are there, we'll say post-wedding ceremony, reception time, as it were. And as you are taking a break to gather some water or even a little bit of lemonade kind of thing, because the dance floor is going strong, especially when the Coop and Tosh are pretty much instructing the band on every aspect of how to do their job. Well, they're doing well to do so, but are making sure that the celebration is going on quite a bit. When you see Kira kind of sitting in the chair next to you with her feet picked up on the table, wearing her wedding outfit is probably more of like a white corset with like pants and maybe like a or maybe like leggings, and then maybe like a stylishly torn sort of skirt sort of deal. I mean, granted, it's about and then of course like her big black, effectively like combat boots, effectively, her stompers, as it were. and is just sitting there as you two are kind of passing back and forth her flask of decidedly much higher proof victuals than anything they're serving at the wedding. And you're just kind of taking it all in. And you, as you kind of see, Rhiannon dancing with Barca, kind of stepping on his feet, almost like a parent to a child, but still like kind of trying to teach him how to dance a little bit. And you see Gavin and Macaulay, of all people, just kind of dancing around, just having fun, enjoying themselves, just enjoying the moment. You even see Narashti sort of kind of shyly sort of walk up to Amaya a little bit, tap her on the shoulder, and offer a dance.
I ship it.
And as you just take in all of this, you see two women. One definitely more middle-aged, one much younger, maybe in her teens. And you recognize that. In their finder, as Flida and Valorius, your wife. No longer any wounds or anything like their death wounds like you saw when they were in their kind of ghostly visage. They look healthy and whole, flush and full of life, much like everybody else at the party. And you see they just look on. They just kind of look on at you and smile. And you see Dolores kind of take her mother's hand and just kind of look up at her and smile. And then you kind of hear the sort of the din of the reception of the dancing, the music, just kind of sort of fade into the background a little bit, and even almost kind of get blurry around the edges a little bit. Very West Side Story, but no. And you see they speak to you, not with a loud voice, but you can hear it clearly, even though you're probably a good 50 feet apart. It took us it unfortunately took our deaths for us to realize what was most important to us.
Which is?
What you see here. A love of family. The shedding of all the all the material things that just don't matter with humans.
It's true. never wanted things. I only wanted family.
Thank you for allowing us this glimpse. Looks like we have a family.
Had it then. I wish I would have showed him.
Well, then perhaps if you get a second chance, you should.
If a second chance is given.
Now, they're racing to get you back. For now, enjoy what can be. And they kind of gesture towards the party and the reception. And you see Kira, you look over at Kira and she kind of tips her flask and goes, "Fuck yeah," and then takes it. Takes a drink.
I just go back to Kira and I hold her and I watch as everybody dances around.
Okay. Barca, you are running around being a little creature man. The village, you and all the other children of your village, just chasing around each other with not a care in the world. You even hear a few of the elders of your village kind of a burly hobgoblin is like, "Hey, you damn kids! You don't know," kind of your atypical. But the smell of the foods cooking on fires, the smell of the familiar smell of kind of the fur and musk that you're used to with bugbears and hobgoblins, and to a lesser extent goblins. They're not nearly as furry, but and you just embrace this comfortably warm summer day, passing around, tossing around what equates to the equivalent of a soccer ball, which is probably the sort of stuffed goat's head that the kids play, sort of a game that's kind of a combination between, well, maybe polo and dodgeball, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it, but you're just, drenched in a fine sheen of sweat as, of course, you play with no cares in the world until you hear that call out, that shout out for Varga! Varga! you're being summoned, and so you look up in the sky and realize actually the sun is starting its descent, and you realize that you've played the whole day, and you rush back because you know you don't want to get in trouble, and you rush back, and you can smell the familiar smells of a wood smoke, and the wondrous smells of kind of a stew cooking on the big metal cauldron sitting over the fireplace of the kind of we'll call it a cabin, not a hut, but bigger than a hut, house, I guess. And sure enough, you see your mother there as she is finishing setting the table for you. And you see your brothers and sisters are sitting there. It's like, Barca, you held it up again. And it's like, well, Barca's the slowest ball, and they're just kind of teasing you. You know, the way kind of siblings do. I mean, you're all fairly similar in age. Being that the majority of you are kind of from the same litter, so to speak. So it's just that normal kind of children, siblings antagonizing siblings that you get as youngins go. And you take your seat. And your mother sort of stands over the table, looks at all of you, and she begins to speak. But it kind of almost gets a bit drowned out. Kind of a weird, like you kind of struggle to listen all of a sudden because it almost kind of fades into the background a little bit. And you kind of look around to see what's going on, a little confused. And you see actually outside your doorway, as you're able to kind of see basically outside from where you were sitting, you see two women dressed in finery, two human women. And they look awfully familiar. Admittedly, kind of struggling to place it. You're not quite understanding. And you say they look at you, smiles. Oh, our dear champ. You who vanquished our jailer, who set our souls. We can appreciate remembering our past, especially the good of our past. It gives us strength. It's a foundation. foundation that makes you the man you are today. We thank you. Thank you for freeing us. Fear your work, though, may not be done. Your family, your current family needs you.
Barca with family. Barca has another family.
Is not Emperor Amaya and Riri, even Gavin, your family.
Riri. Barca member. Riri. Barca help family. Barca help. Barca looks at his mom.
And you see she's just looking down at you with this big smile and just kind of beaming, full of pride.
Should Barca go help family?
Of course.
Okay. And he walks up and headbutts his mom, as bugbears do, and then kind of nuzzles in for a hug around her lower leg.
But you notice when you get up to the table, you are your adult size.
Probably doesn't realize that until after he headbutts his mom.
That's fair. Because here's the thing, even you being adult size, your mom probably still has a good 4 inches on.
Classic. Okay. Barca, go help family. And I imagine memories are starting to come back to a certain extent of mostly faces and mostly good thoughts, questionable thoughts about Gavin. And yeah, okay.
So meanwhile, so I did, because I'm evil, I did roll some random encounters to see if you guys would come across random encounters. But the next 4 days were uneventful.
Say that last bit. Say that last bit again.
But the next 4 days go uneventfully.
Out of curiosity, does Gavin ever catch on that Amaya's pissed?
Yes.
On day 3.5.
No, you kind of figured it out on day 2. It's,
I mean, Rhiannon's passive insight is a 15. If she notices, she's probably going to poke at Gavin about
There
it.
you go.
Comes
There.
out.
You two, probably that first night, as you are probably just kind of seeking solace in each other's arms.
No. Rhiannon is not leaving Barca. Rhiannon is sleeping on deck with Barca.
You're sleeping on the deck?
Yep.
Oh, okay, never mind then. So
Narashti will bring you a blanket and pillow.
Rhiannon does seek you out then, probably on the second day.
Did you do something to piss off Amaya?
I don't know. Did I do something to piss off Amaya?
Did you not notice that she's avoiding you?
No, but I'm oblivious, apparently.
I mean, you're also kind of adorable, but maybe you could talk to her.
Well, currently at the moment, I feel like you're the only one on the ship that actually thinks that. Fine, I'll go talk to her.
Barca thinks that, he just can't think at the moment.
Narashti likes you, I think. She's new. We don't know her terribly well yet. It's fine.
Where is like, I'll look around. Where's Amaya right now?
She's on deck as per usual, I'm sure.
I will just walk direct up to her.
And I will head down to the room where Ember is.
So walking up to Amaya. Hi, can we talk?
Is Reich back? Because Reich said that.
Oh shit! I didn't realize that.
Wait for a minute.
You did step away for a moment.
Cold-shouldered.
I'm just now back.
Totally
Okay.
in character.
Damn it!
Apparently, I missed something that is important to me.
Yes, Gavin is approaching you and is point blank asking if you guys can talk.
Sure.
So, I'm oblivious to the world. Is there a particular reason why you're angry with me?
I made a choice. You ignored that choice.
Okay, we're talking about the healing thing, right?
Indeed.
Okay. I apologize for ignoring your choice. I realize that I took away your agency as far as that is concerned, and that's usually a pretty big deal. But, hear me out. You and I both fell in that battle. And, but for the grace of the gods, we are also not lying in state on Zaya's deck. What do you think would happen to Zaya if you died? I
imagine the rest of her family would take very good care of her.
We would. And we love her, just as you do. Just slightly less maternal. But Amaya, I can't do what you do. Rhiannon can't do what you do. All of us have our place. All of us have our roles. All of us have a job to do on this ship. I'm still kind of sussing out what mine is. But generally speaking, I think it's the guy that's going to do the thing even when it's not the most popular thing. So I am sorry. But I can't, we can't, afford for you to do something that would endanger you. And maybe you weren't in danger then. And maybe nothing happened. Nothing did happen. But if we'd been attacked on the way to the ship, or on that first day of travel, I apologize. But I am not sorry for what I did. I thought it was the right thing at the time. I do apologize for taking your agency away.
Is that all you wish to speak about?
Are you going to keep being grumpy with me?
Well, you seem to have made it pretty clear that if you believe your reasons are more important than my agency, you'll ignore it again. So I see nothing has changed.
You don't talk to a lot of people, do you? This is a discussion.
Yes. So far, I've heard you are sorry you felt you had to do it, but would do it again given the same circumstances.
What do you want me to do?
When I tell you what my wishes are, I wish for you to respect them. I understand they may sometimes seem selfish, that they may sometimes seem like a poor decision, but when I make a choice for myself, I expect you to honor that. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
Thank you. That means a great deal.
It doesn't mean that I won't try to talk you out of it.
That is fair. You have every right to try to convince me to whatever course of action you believe correct.
I am sorry.
Thank you.
Can we be good? Because I have a lot of emotions right now, and I'm not used to dealing with all of them at once.
I think we can be good, yes.
Okay, good. Can I give you a hug?
Sure.
I give her a hug.
And I will hug him.
And that was the day that Gavin learned a valuable lesson about consent.
Thank goodness.
Yay!
So as it goes, again, just kind of going back. So the next 4 days go by, or the total of 4 days of travel to get back to Sharn go by uneventfully.
Oh, one additional thing. It's a little small thing. Gavin is furiously writing in his book.
That's fair.
Rhiannon will finish learning her spell scroll for Intellect Fortress.
Nice.
Okay. And you were able to get back into Sharn. As you get to the air terminal, kind of the normal procedures, how long you're staying, docking fees are going to be like 2 gold a day. Has everybody check in, make sure your papers are stamped, yada, yada, yada.
Oh, during the course of those kind of those uneventful days, I will also just divvy up the material wealth, and I'll section off some for Barca and Ember too.
Okay.
And I did account for party gear too. So everybody because you're going to get it either way.
Now, as far as the magic items, I've got those, but as far as the monetary, the coinage.
Yes, that's all just the coinage.
Okay.
So everybody's going to get 6. Whoa.
Oh.
Sorry, you guys. I thought I was muted. I'm switching to my computer.
Gotcha. Okay.
Apologies.
No, it's all good. Just as long as we're okay. Everybody's going to get 6,585 gold.
Oh, hang on.
Now,
Can you say what kind of coin it is and then the number so I know which chunk I'm writing it in?
Sure.
just verify you're dividing this up just 6 ways.
What did I divide it? No, because Nikali was involved. I included him as well.
Okay.
Okay.
So gold pieces are 6,585.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
Silver is 7. Copper is 5.
Holy crap, McCullough's got money.
Chat.
So many food carts are going to get bought.
Yes. Just Ember
I think
showing
like-
up with kebab cart after kebab cart.
I think I can actually afford that sun sword now.
Truthfully, by now the goblins had pretty much devoured any meat that was on that cart. So
They
it's,
probably devoured the damn wood.
they have devoured the wood, but there are a few bite marks.
Yeah. Because of the
Well-
splattered.
Because and it's surprisingly clean, although smells a lot like goblin slap. So
I will say, to be fair, the goblins probably learned very harshly, very early on, that wood on the ship is not to be chewed on.
well,
Yeah.
and like they understand fully the ship Zaya is the Zaya and the strange voice that says words to them is not to be harmed.
Right, but I mean, with wood shape, we can have Zaya, like, make a bookshelf in a room that may not seem like part of the ship.
And
So
they-
Maya probably drilled into them, if it's wood, you don't damage it.
Yeah, no, they get it. Anything that's part of the ship does not get intentionally damaged by the goblins.
And I will put the share meant for Barca and Ember into their respective rooms.
Okay. You guys do have some downtime as well. Enough downtime that you can you'll be able to identify the items. There are the things you're able to kind of gather between the dragon and the lich and the chicory and all that kind of stuff. There were a set of goggles, which you were able to identify as Inquisitive's goggles. There is a wand, which is a wand of lightning bolts.
Ooh.
There is a magical lute, an instrument of the bards. It's a Das lute.
Das Loot.
Oh, the Das Lute is fantastic.
There are two sets of bracers, one of which is a set of bracers of defense. The other is a set of bracers of archery. And granted, this was all kind of more or less rolled randomly by by Bear when he was running, but ironically, shortly after doing the dog fighting training with the dragon and Barca, we came across the saddle of the cavalry.
I swear I rolled it randomly.
And then there are three items that are relatively unique, so to speak, even more so to an extent than your sort of your regular magic items. You see there is a mask made, it's made primarily out of like wood and leather, but you notice it actually has looks like writing scales on it, kind of built into it. For those of you who had some decent travel time, you definitely recognize it as very reminiscent of Arganesson, and sometimes what few artifacts are able to be gathered safely from the barbarians that live on the shores of Arganesson that worship the dragons. It is a mask of like the dragon priest, which it does require attunement, but it can be attuned by anybody. And actually, its basically its major benefit is it effectively gives you an extra 3 hit points per level.
Oh.
Damn.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it gives you an extra what now?
an extra 3 hit points per level. So like if your 4th level, it would give you an extra 12 hit points. To your total and your total as well as more, and then also to your, I guess, current, I don't know. Basically, once you attune to it, it gives you that buff. You also find that there's a ring made out of, seems to be made out of onyx and seems cold to the touch. It also requires attunement. And what it does is it has a number of charges on it. It has a total of 5 charges on it. And it regains a die 3 charges every midnight. Not dawn, midnight.
Got it.
And you can, with the person who's attuned to it, can spend a charge to cast the spell Shadow Blade.
Ooh.
1 charge allows you to cast it at 1st level. 2 charges allows you to cast it at 2nd level. And 3 charges allows you to cast it at 3rd level.
Oh, okay.
And again, it regains a die 3 charges at a time.
Got it.
Because the ring almost has this way of being sort of it's like pitch black, but it's like not glossy black. It's almost like it absorbs light.
Like a muted kind of black?
Yeah. Now, when someone puts on the ring, it actually kind of absorbs into the finger and it turns into like a black band
Sick.
on your finger, almost like a tattoo. But the odd kind of little quirk is when you hold if you hold your hand up to the light, there's a gap in the shadow where that band would be.
Cool.
Just a little quirk, but just nothing that. And I'm totally stealing that from 7th Sea, but it's a beautiful thing. Plus the Shadow Blade spell is cool, so there you go. And then the last thing you find is a stone, which is magical, and which you identify as actually a pale lavender ellipsoid iron stone.
Oh. Wait, what? Which one does that one do?
What that stone do though?
What that do?
Well,
That
it
do?
requires attunement.
Yes.
And when while it's attuned to you, as a reaction, you can cancel a spell of 4th level or lower cast by a creature you can see and targeting only you.
Yeah.
Only you. So
Do that, dudes.
but not area effect spells. So like if someone,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess arguably, if you're the only person in a fireball, then technically, yes, that would work. But the intent is spells targeting specifically you. Once the stone has canceled 20 levels of spells, it burns out and turns dull gray, losing its magic, losing the absorption capability. It still kind of flies around your head, though. if you're targeted by a spell that's 5th level or higher, or if you don't have enough spell levels left in the stone, it cannot absorb the spell.
Does it have any spell levels already in it?
Yeah. Is this fresh or is this used?
It has a total of 18 levels in it.
Oh.
There are 18. It can absorb up to 18 spell levels before it goes bigger.
Got it.
Only 2 used so far. That's not bad.
That's not bad
Right.
at
Barely used.
Slightly used.
all. Slightly used
Yeah.
iron stone of shoot at me now.
Shoot at me now. That's the technical term.
That's what I'm gonna call it.
I'm here
I
for
thought
it.
it was the stone of I don't want it.
Fuck you.
Nope.
There you go. Iron stone of
Nope.
Nope. And you guys do have time to attune to stuff as well.
Gavin is actually going to throw it out there. Maybe we wait for our companions to figure out who might want what.
Yeah, Barca has votes, but not in its current state.
Yeah.
So maybe we just stash the goods until we bring our friends back.
I like that.
I like that.
No argument from me.
You mean if?
When?
Nope. Gavin said what he said.
So yeah, you get back to Sharn. I guess are you gonna?
I mean, we'll. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop from the party fund. I'm going to drop 10 gold, just to give us 10 because it's 2 per day to dock there. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm going to drop 10 gold from the party fund to the dockmaster just to give us some time if we need it.
Sounds good.
And then I think we're straight beeline to Jarasco.
Yep.
Okay.
And is out of curiosity, because Argentia had been pretty protective of Barca, are they
going to let us?
Well, no, I don't think that's the issue. Are they going to come with us and carry Barca at the same time? Because that's going to be an interesting thing in the middle of Sharn.
Oh God!
They most definitely are going.
Okay, I had to be clear. The image in my head was a giant fucking dragon going down the street carrying Barca's body.
In the arms of a dragon.
Well, I imagine that we would probably take one of the longboats to Jarasco.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
That's-
walking through, wandering through the street.
yeah.
Like
And
a silver dragon.
Tina can jump back and forth between their dragon and their humanoid form.
Well, the dragon, I need to get better at getting that. They will pick up Barca and fly with the body, but they don't know where they're going. So you guys want.
So yeah, we'll pilot the longboat to Jarasco. I am going to step away from my computer for a second, but I can still hear and respond to you guys, so I'll be right back.
Okay. You guys get to Jarasco. There, other than a bit of time, so you probably spend the majority of that first day sort of, for lack of a better term, in the waiting room, sort of waiting to get in as they deal with not just Amber and Barca, but admittedly all of you who were injured and had lasting wounds. Because
Since Rhiannon doesn't need healing, Rhiannon will stay with Barca.
okay, that's not a problem.
Amaya will stay with Barca and Ember as well.
Yeah, so will Narashti.
I'm pretty sure we're all just going to stick around. Actually, no.
Right.
Gavin will, if we're just waiting, Gavin will real quick run to Kandarak and make a deposit and then come back.
Well, Macaulay is gonna, now that he's got some money, is gonna heal up his lingering injuries so that way he actually has an eyeball again.
Oh, yeah, I should. Never mind. I'm going to do that.
Who else has lingering wounds? AKA who dropped to 0 but came back.
Everybody but Rhiannon and Nikali, or Narashti.
Yeah.
Amaya
so-
does, but it's not currently affecting her much, so it's very, very low priority.
And
Gavin
what
does,
was-
and he's absolutely going to get it fixed.
What was Amaya's injury again?
Amaya's was the limp, so her movement speed was reduced by 5, which, oh no. And if she crashes, she has to make a DC 10 acrobatics check, i.e. not roll a 1 or fall prone.
So, admittedly, Amaya, the damage you dealt or was dealt to you, I would say, would not necessarily require like a regeneration spell as opposed to like missing an eye or other limb. I would say for you, call it maybe like a greater restoration, which is like 150.
Okay. Let me check.
And that should be able to get rid of your limb.
Okay, I suppose I can just spare 150 gold.
I was gonna say, if you don't, Narashi's going to like annoyingly pester you, but in like a really annoying.
Well, I gotta make sure that I've got enough to pay off the layaway on my sun's sword first. But after that, I do still have 150 gold at least, so.
I can just see Amaya standing there kind of squinting when she's putting weight and pressure on the leg, and Narashi's like, "You gonna go in?" He's like, "Oh, I got time." And Narashi just like kicks the foot. It's like, "Sure?" It's like, "No, I'm good." Kicks the foot. Like, "Are you really sure?" It's like, "Okay, go."
Like, I can beat you in a race now.
And that's what puts Amaya over, right there.
Yeah, even with the reduced movement speed, Amaya's still going 40 feet.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not saying it's necessarily true. I'm just.
To raise dead for Barca and Amaya is 750 gold pieces for each raised dead spell.
Any objections to taking that out of the party fund?
Nope.
None whatsoever.
So that's 1,500 gold out. I'm actually just going to take it out of what we just got.
Yeah.
Because I have the liquid funds with me at the moment.
And then, Gavin, were you, remind me again, what was your wound?
I don't remember. I thought I had written it down, but apparently I did not.
All right, well, we'll just say throw 1,000 gold to get the regeneration.
Yeah, I remember it was significantly worse than what Amaya had.
That's good.
So 1,000 gold? All right.
Yeah,
That I'll just take out of my own money.
just to be on the safe side. So now the question becomes, and we'll start with Ember.
No, I'll start with Parker.
Sorry, we'll start with Barca. Barca, you, as you're kind of where we left off, you start to hear the sounds of a woman's voice, sort of a strange voice, very kind of tiny, high-pitched, but also softer, not something you've really been used to hearing at all. And what's weird is you understand it, although weirdly it's a language you don't recognize. But that's the funky thing about death is tends to change priorities on little things like languages don't. But then you also hear, kind of as if like an echo, you hear Rhiannon say,
Hi, buddy.
Yeah. And you actually feel the warmth of her hand gripping yours.
Stop trying to make me cry, Brian. It's fine.
And then you feel another presence under your other hand. Warm, but very smooth, almost metallic.
Told Gavin to take off his gloves when he holds my hand.
Mm-hmm.
And you see Fleda and Valorius like kind of look off, like they're calling for you, champion. Go with our, and you say they both lean in and kind of kiss you on the brow and say, go with our blessing.
Barker turns, looks questioningly at the people he still doesn't quite know but feels familiar with, and he slowly, lightly grips the hands he feels on his left and right.
Okay. And you know, things kind of close in, become darkness, and then you kind of wake up almost like it's coming out of a deep sleep. But as you look up, you see this kind of like almost like an upside down view of this little halfling woman wearing a leather apron, who seems to be kind of touching like the sides of your head, kind of at this kind of palming either side of your furry face. But as you kind of look down, you see Rhiannon clutching your hand, and it just kind of whispering words to you. And you see underneath your other hand is actually the snout, the muzzle of Argenta, who is very much cramped in this room that you are in, but was giving absolutely zero fucks about turning into something other than a dragon. And really, who the hell else is going to fuck with it? It's a goddamn dragon.
You tell them now.
A damn person.
And then you as you come to consciousness, and here's the weird thing, like, obviously you have shuffled loose this mortal coil before, as you were the first one to do so, but you do not feel the exhaustion, the drain that you had felt previously. You do not come back with any of the negative penalties. And in fact, for the next 7 days, you have the blessing of Flida and Glorious. And what that amounts to is you get advantage on death saves for the next week.
Bad ass.
Bam!
Barca had the weirdest dream. You were there, and you were there. Argenti, you weren't there. What?
Just throws her arms around his neck and just.
Is it Barca's birthday?
Hi, buddy.
What happened?
Oh. Well, do you remember fighting the lich and the dragon and the big weird machine?
I don't know half the words you just said, but I remember being in fight. Did
You remember
Barca fail?
Barca didn't fail. Barca died. But Barca made sure that the rest of us could win.
Barca help.
Barca always helps.
It's probably at this point you guys should realize that Barca is missing an ear, just that he had before. And Barca kind of reaches up and notices that it's kind of gone. It's like, you still have Barca's ear?
No, but they can fix your ear. Right? As I look at the halfling woman.
Glares at the halfling.
You see, she pulls out like a handkerchief and kind of mops up the sweat on her brow, and it's like, oh yeah, no, that's yeah, I think I got one of those left in me.
Barca stops her and says, "No, Barca, need reminder.
Buddy.
Barca wear scar with honor."
You see the halfling looks up at you and says, "You, sir, are a very wise man." She stepped down off this stool that she was kind of standing on to be able to look over you, and was like, "Well,
Thank you.
you bet." And she walks out and is like, "All right, who's next?" And you see she walks off, and you see like another person that looks more like a kind of her scribe or assistant. Is like, "Oh, we have an amputee over here." Like,
Are we all in the same room? Is Ember in the same room, or
no, she is in a separate room.
Okay.
So did Gavin and Amaya get their healing done during? Like, are we back? Are we witness to this?
We'll say this was for those that had to heal grievous injuries. You are all kind of at. We'll say you're all kind of separated out to go to where you're going to get healed.
Yeah, Amaya would make it a point, especially since hers was kind of the lesser grievous injury. She's waiting to have that fixed until Ember and Barca are both back.
Okay.
Yeah, if the spells are not happening at the same time, once Barca is back, like Rhiannon will take him by the hand and lead him into Ember's room. We're gonna be with our friend.
Yeah,
Alright.
honestly, Gavin would probably hold off until everybody was back too. He wants to make sure it gets done.
The minute that I realize somebody else from this party dies and I walk into that room, Barca kind of doesn't instinctively, it's more reactionary, kind of throws his hand back, probably jostling Rhiannon out of the way, running up to Ember's bedside and dropping to his knees, and says, "Barca failed. Barca couldn't help."
Maya just kind of walks up behind him and gently places a hand on his shoulder. We all failed a bit, Barca.
We did.
But we're gonna fix it.
That's
Then we're going to be better next time.
How you fix someone die?
Well, we just fixed you, buddy. Now it's Ember's turn.
Wait, Barca died?
Buddy, I told you that.
Buddy, you did, but you got better. It's okay.
Barca is very confused.
That's okay, buddy.
We'll have a longer conversation about this after we get Ember back.
And Barca grabs Ember's hand so tight that he might actually break a bone or something.
Gentle, buddy, gentle. She's so small.
And he doesn't move.
I mean, I'm hard as coal right now, so.
True.
Gavin is going to kind of move opposite where Barca is and sit at her other side. He's not going to like take her hand or anything, but he is going to just kind of rest his hand on her wrist.
Narashki would have her other hand.
And Amaya uses the hand that's not on Barca's shoulder and just kind of gently places it on Ember's head.
I would also have a hand on Ember.
You've got
Like a
your arms
shoulder,
wrapped around her
something.
feet.
Like a shoulder or something. Weird. She's not
And
going
you
to grab
guys
her feet.
all sitting there kind of entwined in this web of found family members.
You also, by the way, you hear a little whimper when Barca feels the coldness of Ember's hand, which has never been that temperature before.
That's fair. So you see this halfling kind of come into the doorway and is like,
Just go with it, dude. Just go with it.
well, we're really not supposed to have it. Then you hear this growl as you see Argenta's face comes to like within inches of the guy, because she couldn't fit in the room with, or they couldn't fit in the room with all of you, so they were standing in the hallway, and like, I'll work with it. All right.
Sometimes it's good to have a dragon on your side.
And he begins to cast the spell. Ember.
All of a sudden, while I'm dancing with Kira, and it is under the bright starlights with the auroras bursting all around, I start to feel the crowd blur and the music start to go softer, and I start to feel the pull inside my heart. I wish I had more time, my love. I wish I could dance one more dance with you. But there isn't time. I'm pretty sure I'm not waking up in your arms. But it's okay. I get to talk to you soon. And I'll see you again. And I'll try to remember. And I pull her in for one more kiss. And I lift her up because she is a halfling. And I put her down. And I light up. And my hair, which is normally a orange, goes to this gorgeous teal blue. And longer. With braids. And I start to walk towards. And all of a sudden I hear this child voice. Calling my name. But that pull just, I have to go. And right as I look back, I see this child running towards me of just long white hair and a flowing white dress with the most angelic face that I've ever seen. And I don't know her, but I know her. But that pull, I feel the pull. And I try to fight, and I try to go towards the child, but I can't, and everything just goes black. And I just fall. And it's a free fall. And I just embrace it. Hi, guys.
Welcome back.
You came back to us.
I'm so sorry I didn't get to you in time.
You died.
So did he.
Barca died too, apparently. Barca glad Ember alive.
I'm just very glad that Barca's alive. I'm sorry I failed you.
Barca failed you.
Weird fail it is.
Barca could use a fucking drink. How about Ember?
Ember could use a very big drink.
Why don't you guys go on ahead? I've got my own healing to be done. I'll meet you there.
Now, Ember,
Yeah.
much like Barca, the coming back is. Granted, this is the first time you've ever
Yep.
came back, but
Yep.
You've always been heard it told, and you've even seen it when Barca was originally brought back, that it took a traumatic toll on the body, on the spirit, like almost like a fatigue to the soul, for lack of a better term. But you don't feel any of that. And almost, whether it was kind of a whisper or an afterthought, you hear the Weiler women just say, "Thank you." And you also have the blessing of the Flint and Dolores Violet. So for the next week, you will also roll with advantage on death saves.
Yay!
As their spirits are kind of looking out for you.
Oh, where the hell were they like a couple days ago?
Right? They're fucking late.
Not wrong.
Part of that was that I forgot to do it.
I mean, you were also not running the game at the time.
At the time, so now it happens. All right.
So I have no permanent marks.
No permanent marks. Well, then I'd say other than this.
No, that's fine. Then my blue hair carries over.
Well, I was gonna say otherwise. I was gonna say your hair. Okay, yeah, your hair turned blue. Other than that, everything else is the same.
I run hotter.
And Barca lost part of an ear, but otherwise came back to see. And you know what? It's 2:00. That's a good time to do a little break, I think, because just judging from everybody's views, we went through a hell of an emotional roller coaster, and that is awesome. So let's go ahead and take a break. It's 2:05 right now. Let's say
2:15.
Let's
10, 15?
Yeah, let's do a 15-minute break because we had
2:20.
a lot going on with this.
All right, I'm going to give me a moment as soon as I remember how to brain.
Brain.
Rejoice.
Yeah, we're talking.
Why don't I hear anybody? That's weird.
I'm going to talk so that Laura can fix her problem and hopefully be able to do the thing.
There we go. Okay.
There we go. Hi, babe.
Thank you. I just had to unplug and replug.
It is nifty.
Welcome back, everybody. And now we will continue. I believe from Barca there was some mention of some drinky.
Excuse me. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So while they're drinking, I'm going to get healed up.
Indeed.
And then I'm going to run to House Kandaric, do the thing that we talked about. I am actually going to take out about 500 gold pieces of that and then go head to the bar that they're at.
All right.
And I'll wave to them as I walk in, but I walk right over to the bartender. And I'm going to put the 500 gold pieces down in front of him.
You see it like, because you see the large, massive bag, and here's the clunk, and it's like, hello?
My friends and I, and he kind of gestures over to the table where they're sitting, have been through a lot.
I should.
I'm sorry to hear that.
We
I
want,
appreciate you bringing your business here. We're happy to make you feel better.
we want all of the things.
And he looks at the bag and looks at you more like, is this all?
If you can get us all of the things, then this is all for you.
And you see him, he immediately looks at us, bar's closed, private party, everyone get the hell out!
I'm glad we have an understanding, and I'll actually reach over the bar, grab a bottle of something strong, and then head over to my friends.
And he's like, I'll have one of the servers come shortly with the finest selection of everything we have in stock for you to peruse. And he's like literally going over his inventory. It's like,
as I'm walking away, there's a liquor store down the road if you don't have something we need. Go sit down.
Amaya will also have, after everybody got resurrected, to fix her limp, and then since we're in Sharn, would go drop the last 7,000 gold for that sun sword and pick it up to have on hand before joining the group.
okay. And you see the proprietor of that particular establishment, which I don't have offhand, but is absolutely delighted that you came back in what's, roughly a week and a half's worth of time with that.
Right.
Considering you agreed to up to a year and a day
Right.
without making a payment before. And is
Right here, I got the money.
And actually, what I would like to do, I've got a picture of your sword, actually.
Ooh.
Admittedly, I did not put together, I'll put together something official as far as like having the stats on it and everything as well. But I just didn't get around to it in time because honestly, I wasn't thinking when I should have been thinking you would have paid it off as quickly as possible. So I am going to share screen real quick. Whoever's the host, I need to share screen real quick.
Oh, ein Minuten bitte. What is happening right now? Try again, Brian.
So that is what it looks like effectively. Just imagine that the blue blade is probably more of like a white light, but you get it.
It's a fucking lightsaber.
I like that.
Really cool.
That does not show up well on the stream. Oh
That
well.
is super
I mean,
cool.
if you read the description of the sun sword, that's basically what it is.
Yep.
So
That's super cool.
I'll get you. Granted, the color I probably won't mess with because I would probably ruin it. But I'll get an official thing typed up at some point.
Beautiful.
Otherwise, it's the same. You know, if you've got the DMT, it's the basic sun sword out of it.
Oh, Ember, you found some art.
You do not have it. Nice. You do not have it currently attuned. But you have possession of it.
Oh, and I may run back to the ship and grab the shit that we need to divvy up.
And so, Gavin, when you get back to the ship, you see kind of a beaten and battered Kaladin and Casanova kind of sitting on the deck. You see Kaladin is drinking a bottle of something. And you see as you kind of start coming on board that you would not fucking believe the week we had.
Huh.
Anyway, where's everybody? Where'd the dragon go? Where the fuck is everybody?
Admittedly, we've had some interesting adventures of our own. Do you welcome back? We're kind of out having a bit of a celebration. I guess y'all could come with if you wanted.
You see Cass is like, well, someone probably should watch the ship as he looks over at all the goblins.
Yeah, this is kind of glances at the Warforged Paladin and goes, yeah, this may not be your bag.
And you see Paladin's like, I'm tempted, but honestly, I think I just want to go to bed.
That's fair. Well, welcome back. We'll be back at some point, and make yourselves comfortable. I will fill you in at some point, not now. Because it's a long fucking story.
That's fair.
So I'm going to grab...
We'll compare notes later.
Sounds like a plan. I'm going to go grab the stuff. Did Nikali stay on the ship, or did he come with us?
Nikali had gotten healing, so he's with you.
Okay, so he's at the bar too.
Is as well.
Good. I may ask Argentia to take their humanoid form while we're in the bar.
They probably would have taken their humanoid form once you guys left the Jurassic.
Sounds good. So yeah, I'll grab our gear. Say goodbye to the goblin. Say goodbye to Liddy. Let them know that we'll be back. I will quickly mind link to Zaya and say, hey, just so you know, everybody. I'm sure Amaya already told you. Everybody's back and is okay. We're gonna go blow off a little steam, but we'll be back. All right.
Can I? And this is Zaya.
Sure.
Can I talk to you for a moment?
Yeah, sweetheart. What's up?
Private?
Does it get more private than my brain?
Well,
No.
you come downstairs. You'll see what I.
Okay. I will head below decks.
So you go. You climb down to the lower deck.
Wait, right. Yeah. Yeah.
Secrets are happening. Secrets.
Whispers.
I've had to do a lot of like matching video and voices. Let me just see if I can read their lips.
So there was like modification, but we'll make it work.
Okay. Sorry, go.
No, it's all good.
All right, so you head downstairs, and as you kind of climb down from the ladder and turn around, you see this person standing in front of you.
Do I have any idea? Any recognition at all? Do I have any idea who this is?
Now, I will say there's a slight change from what you see on the artwork in that her hair is white, not green, but otherwise the rest of it looks exactly like it is. And you realize, obviously the first emergency thought, that comes to mind is, we have an intruder, but then you just kind of realize, like, her body is the same hue. You notice the white hair, and I say it loosely, actually seems to, at first glance, what you thought was white hair, and it does look like white hair. It actually looks like, much like the strands coming out of the end of Zaya, these kind of like willow-esque sort of fluffy.
It's got like flower petal hair.
Sort of like sort of streams or strings. This west of very, very willowy, even billowing slightly.
God damn it, Brian! We're gonna have more artwork for Derek to do.
How old does this one look? Just out of curiosity.
I mean, she looks exactly. I mean, she's got very sort of elfin or fayish appearance, as you can kind of see. So, like, age is kind of indeterminate.
But she doesn't look like a child.
No, this is what you see. So, call it teenager, adultish,
like late teens kind of thing.
Maybe. I mean, but like almost like an elf has that kind of very immortal.
Yeah, the agelessness.
Yeah, almost kind of. Agelessness.
They could be 12. They could be 182.
You just never know.
You just don't know.
But you guys know that she's only
like 3 weeks old.
2 months old.
2 months old. A
little over 2 months.
Okay, my description would have been more closer to that then.
Yeah, sorry, slight retcon.
So
I was going off of right canon, not your canon.
Well, and I will say in the notes, it does state she turns into a dryad body.
Right.
And if you look at the dryad...
Sorry, I wasn't looking at the fucking notes. I was kind of going in 0.2 seconds. I needed to know.
I was actually looking at the dryad pictures in the 5e Monster Manual on the D&D Beyond website, and they tend to look more human, just with kind of plant features. Just saying.
Well, then we can get someone to make the artwork in 5th edition.
We'll figure it out.
Somebody other than me can approach Derek with this.
We'll fix it in post.
We'll fix it in post.
We'll fix it in post.
Very good.
Oh man, if you knew what I'm doing for my job right now, fix it in post is like
triggering.
Right now, all I'm doing is post work for the next 2 weeks, and it's like, oh man, how many times did we say fix it in post?
I feel you because I'm starting to edit a podcast again, so.
Nice, yep.
I feel you.
I'm gonna go ahead and react now.
Sorry.
Does your mom know what you've been up to?
And here's the weirdest thing. For the first time ever, you hear with your ears, yes, Mom knows.
Okay. Hi. Zaya, right? This is...
And join you?
Yeah. You can. You're... Okay. You know what? We've walked down the road with a fucking dragon today. I'm not going to look weird walking down with a green lady. Yeah, let's, go?
Okay. And she goes, and like, you guys go up the ladder, whatnot, and she, takes your arm.
Yeah, I was like, I offer her my arm, less as a, like, more as a, so that when we're walking down the street, people know that she's... Anyway, it's a thing.
You see the goblins just kind of react in awe. You hear a brief wolf whistle from Paladin.
As soon as that happens, Gavin will, like, his head whips around. No. Bad.
And you see he's like, sorry, that was the booze talking. And
yeah, okay, but unless you want to learn how to fly in the next 5 seconds, you will cut that shit out.
He sees the point, kind of backs up. And you kind of look back and you see she's giving him this biggest scowl. And then just kind of looks up at you and like immediately goes away. And she's just she's got this sort of, this sort of teenage sort of excitement beaming, but she's holding it in just, and,
Kill your shipster.
How's that for roll reversal Reich?
And so she's like, oh, but she's holding it in. And you escort her to the bar, which granted is probably not too terribly far away from the ship, because I figured you guys probably would have gone.
As we're going, I mean, we'll take our time and I'll kind of point things out to her, like, because I realize she's seen most of this, but not from this perspective.
And you see she's taking it in and she's like, and it's weird because, she's never really had a nose before. So all of a sudden she's like, oh, that smells horrible. That's cool. And then like, oh, that smells really delicious. Is that over? Yeah, delicious. Yeah, I think that's the thing. And like, oh my goodness. And it's like, wow, that guy's really rude. And like, she just kind of commenting, just kind of like, just didn't take the, like, commenting on like everything. You definitely get the sense like now she does not seem to figure out her internal monologue just yet. Like she's just.
And now that there's like, I guess in Gavin's head he's processed this a little bit, probably not fully, but a little bit. And at this point he's just, this is what we're doing. We're leaning into this. And so he's completely ignoring any like weird looks or whatever like that. And whenever she's like, hey, that guy's really rude, he's like, you're right, that guy is really rude. Hey guy, fuck you. And it just keeps going.
And you see when you do that, and the guy's like, "Rrrr!" And then she's like, should I say something too?
I mean, you can if you want to, but, understand that sometimes actions have consequences. I'm willing to accept the consequences, but I've done this before.
Okay. And then you see she kind of...
Oh, Uncle Gavin is teaching you wrong.
And so, as everybody's enjoying their maybe third or fourth drink, they have brought in several food. Like the tavern itself doesn't have much other than maybe some like stew and bread, and they bring some of that out. But they've also run and picked up like for those that like meat, probably some like steaks or ribs or something, or like they are, the maybe 100 gold that they're spending on elaborate spreads of food is they're still making plenty of bank off of this whole thing. You see when their servers come out, they don't come out with like to take your order. They just come out with a tray of bottles of various things, where another server then comes in with a tray of glasses and just sets them down. And they proceed to, you guys are the only place that's, they're the only people that are in the place. The guy just cleared out. You see, it's like, at one point, the bartender's like, I know a couple of troubadours that are not too terribly far away. I might be able to get them in if you want some movies. I'm happy to, if that's a thing, if you like. Or do you want to be just kind of quiet, enjoying your own thing? Would you like any entertainment? I mean, Amazing here can juggle. I don't know if that's a thing.
Who is he asking? Because I think that's a very important distinction to make.
Well, if you went back to the ship more or less alone, then I'm thinking it would probably be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Since Barry, you were not there, go and roll a d6. Ignore a 6. Reroll.
Got it. D6. Rolling a D6. It was a 4.
So a minor. He goes up to a minor.
Right.
Yeah.
That was it. The guy was asking the question of you.
Oh, wait, what question of me?
He was asking, do we want troubadours? Do we want some kind of entertainment?
Oh, right. Yes?
Okay, we'll get right on it. And please enjoy your meal. If you have any need of anything, just let us know. We're happy to help.
Narashti is proceeding to get very drunk, and as she gets drunker, she's starting to apologize more and more to Ember. like teary and just, yeah.
Conversely, Rhiannon is not drinking, which is unusual.
That's fair.
Amaya's
I never
probably
turned down a drink.
Admittedly, Argenta's maybe they might be sipping a glass of wine, but not like they're not they are not drinking heavily. They're just kind of politely. You kind of get the sense that they're kind of like, okay, they're drinking things, so I should drink too.
I too shall drink.
Right. So, but not nearly to the extent of Hirashki and Natsumi Park.
Bark is drinking, but he's got a bit more of a tolerance than his shipmates, as he is a large person.
That is very true, and also has a decent constitution, as I recall.
There will be a point that Barca sits down with Riri and just is like, Barca gotta stop dying.
Yeah, buddy, that would be good.
My mom can't take it.
How do we should, is there things that might be able to help Barca?
I'm working on it, buddy. I have some ideas. I'm not real sure how I'm going to do it yet, but I have some ideas.
Barca just inherit, cold stuff. Although Barca thinks that he maybe spend all his money on candy, maybe something to help make Barca more effective in battle. I mean, Barca pretty effective in battle, but he's thinking it's the equipment's fault.
Well, we can definitely go look around tomorrow and see if we can maybe find something for you.
we go on shopping trip?
Sure, buddy.
Shopping
Whatever you wanna do.
episode.
Barca only been on one other shopping trip.
I know. Barca has to stay with Riri this time, though. Okay, buddy?
Barca left Riri?
I think so. I think you wandered off last time. I don't remember.
Yes. Barca sometimes sees stuff and Barca get distracted.
That's fair. We'll go look around tomorrow. See if we can find you something that'll help keep you alive better.
Yeah, Barca not used to failing.
Barca, I don't like it when you use that word. It makes me sad when you talk like that.
What word?
When you talk about Barca failing. Barca didn't fail.
In Barca's world, when defeated, you fail.
Well,
This is first time when fail, you don't get punished. That's why Barca never failed till now.
we'll go shopping tomorrow.
Sweet.
The Argenta actually wrote this.
What's up, Tina?
I'm sorry to maybe overheard. You didn't kill Barca. I was the one who got you guys all in the trouble with the thing, and it was my fault. And if I'm so sorry.
Barca just puts like his hand, like forgetting that it's a child form now, but puts his hand, which probably covers almost the entirety of the kid's head, that form she's in.
You can easily palm her head. Yes, absolutely.
And I just kind of shake it and go, it's okay. Barca has had things in his brain too, which made him attack his friends and do things. It only matters if you intentionally meant to do it in your right self, I think is what Maya says.
And you see, and granted, she's just, tears are definitely streaming, sorry, I keep fucking doing that, god damn it. And by the time I get it down, we'll have ended the campaign, so there you go. But they just, are definitely just full of tears, and they just give you the big stuff.
I give them a hug.
Narashki gets in on that hug too, like that third person, like they're having
Yes. Group hug.
like, yes, sorry, dude.
Just doesn't know why they're hugging, just sees a hug and goes for it.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's a very drunk Narashti.
That is a drunk, guilt-ridden Narashti is what that is.
Okay.
And so there's a lot of hugging and crying and drinking and eating. And you guys, as you guys kind of come out of the hug and you're kind of sitting there, kind of, oh God, did someone cut onions? Whatever. You hear a knock at the door and it's like, and you see the bartender's like, quickly running to the door. It's like, I'm sorry to interrupt. Don't worry, I'll get the door. It's like, I told you, ass. Oh, pardon me, Lord. Please come right in. And you see kind of steps back, kind of opening the door, and you see Gavin walking in.
Oh no, I'm letting her go first.
Okay.
Like I will kind of I'll step back and kind of usher her through.
So never mind. Then you see as the bartender, his voice kind of stolen from him. He kind of steps back, opening the door. You see this. You saw the picture. Would you like? I can share it again. Granted, with the edits that we mentioned. You see she steps in.
I immediately untangle myself from the hug ball and run and hug her.
Okay.
As Gavin walks in behind, oh man, I missed the hug ball. Damn it.
Do we recognize that this is who she is?
Well, at first, admittedly, it's a little bit confusing, but then you.
I mean, I have a 21 passive investigation.
You
If I got it, you got it.
You hear Zaya's voice, which is weird because you hear it, not in your head, but for the first time you hear it with your ears. You hear her go, "Oh, Ember," and give Ember a hug.
And Gavin's kind of behind, just with this giant, kind of sheepish grin on his face.
Rhiannon will go join the new hug ball.
Well, once he realizes that this is a new hug ball, he's so getting in on that.
That's great.
Give Zaya a hug.
And
Yeah,
just to
Zaya,
You're
clarify,
so beautiful.
Narashi's gonna lean over to Amaya and go, Amaya, is that Narash? Or is that Narash? Is that Zaya?
now, just to clarify, Mr. GM, since you mentioned in the kind of dialogue with Gavin that I was aware that Zaya was doing this, have I seen Zaya in this form moving around before?
You were the first. What you wrote, we're going to say was canon. So you were the first.
Okay.
Oh.
Actually,
Yeah.
I want to ask, with your permission, Adam, since we do have people watching and following, would you mind if I posted that on the Blind GM Facebook page so people can read it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I will do that after game today.
You look good.
So yes. So Amaya, you were the first that she revealed herself to, but this is her first reveal to the rest.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, Amaya just has this huge shit-eating grin on her face. Yep, that's my daughter.
But she's not an airship anymore.
Amaya just kind of pats Narashti on the head, it's okay. Don't worry about that right now. It's okay.
Narashti will get up and also join that hug ball after a moment of processing.
There is all of the hugs.
Barca, not hearing pretty much what's going on with everybody, and looks over and goes, "Who's the hottie with the body?"
Oh no.
Oh no.
And Amaya drops Barca in one hit.
No.
We have to go revive him again.
Oh, resurrection number 4. Calling resurrection number 4.
Now, surprisingly, Amaya just kind of, calmly gets up and kind of walks over towards Barca, just kind of gently puts her hand on his shoulder again and goes, "Barca, that's Zaya."
Wait,
Marcus brain broke.
Literally.
Wait, so she's...
You know how...
She's not a boat.
Well, you know how Tina can go between a dragon and a person? Zaya can do that now, too.
Wait, so Boat was alive this whole time?
Yes, Barca.
Holy shit. That's a lot to process.
Okay, buddy, take your time. She kind of pats his shoulder.
One who sort of inspired me, to be honest, to kind of try it out. Do I, Barca? And she kind of steps back a little bit, kind of showing off her dress a little. Do I look okay?
Maya's grip kind of tightens a little bit on his shoulder. Easy now, Barca.
Take about 5 to 10% off that there, Squirrely Dan.
Dial it back 10%.
You,
You're gonna like leans in if she's like talking directly in his good ear. Remember, that's my daughter.
I understand. You look nice.
Maya pats his shoulder again. Good answer.
And she kind of, thank you.
You're welcome.
She's like your sister, Barca. She's like your sister.
Barca part bear, Barca part bug, but Barca not part shit.
That's fair.
I mean, who knew that it wouldn't be Gavin you'd have to worry about fucking Zaya?
So I heard there was this thing called food. Can we try food?
Yes, we can absolutely try food. Anything you want that they have, and if he sees the buffet that they've laid out, he will just kind of gesture.
Yeah, you see, your money has been well spent.
I'm not mad about it.
And funny enough, a few moments later, there's a knock at the door, and he's like, and you see the bartender's like, oh, my apologies. Please still have a seat. I will take care of it. I told you! Oh, yeah, okay, come in. Set up over there. And you see there's like a group of, like a trio of troubadours, for lack of a better term, walking in with some instruments and whatnot, and they kind of go and set up on a stand and start playing some music, some mood music.
How good are they?
How good are they?
Yeah. Or am I just going to be shouting at them of play Freebird?
They are. So here's the deal. As far as background music, like just having some music, they're not like performing. Like they're not holding like a concert to drive. Like no one's really singing. They're just doing more instrumental stuff. So
they're just jamming.
Background / elevator music, they're okay. They're just fine. I mean, they're nothing. They're definitely no fucking playing rabbits.
Basically, we've got a guy on pipes, a guy on a drum, and maybe a small bagpipe.
Yeah, they're probably not even playing pipes. It's probably almost like a
little recorder.
They're probably more like a string trio.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I just really love story-wise that we chose because we were choosing between a body or the feast of the feast.
Heroes Feast.
Yeah.
And I just think this moment makes it so much better that we did the body first because now Zaya's like, oh, food's a great thing.
100%.
So I just want to say that, and then also at some point, maybe once Zaya has gotten to eat, Narashji is going to get the wonderful idea that we should teach her how to dance. So Narashji is going to drunkenly go dance or try to get Zaya to come dance with her to the mediocre background elevator music.
You know what? She will try it. So we'll say go ahead and make we'll say performance roll, but we'll call it with dexterity instead of charisma.
Okay.
Then I suppose I gotta look up.
So then I would just roll. Okay, hold on.
So if you have proficiency in performance, you can add the proficiency bonus to your dex.
I don't.
Otherwise, it would just be your dex.
So 16 because I have decent dex.
And then let me.
But I'm also drunk.
That's fine, because her joining with you gives you the advantage offsets the disadvantage, so you just roll it straight.
There you go.
So what did you get?
16.
Well, that was better than her 6, so there you go.
She's focusing too hard on keeping you upright.
Well, and to be fair, this is only like maybe we'll call it the second successful time she has turned into a humanoid body, so she's still a little kind of clumsy on her feet, but even when she stumbles, she just kind of laughs with it and is just in joy of the moment. Like she doesn't like even kind of tripping up doesn't get her down. She's just laughing at everything and just enjoying it, having a great time. Just and is happy to just experience it with her family, so to speak.
While the kind of celebrations, Gavin is actually, once they get in and get settled, Gavin is going to kind of sit back near-ish Rhiannon. He will be drinking, but not like hard drinking. He'll just be nursing something like a whiskey and just kind of watching the proceedings. Probably a slightly amused look on his face, but otherwise he's pretty impassive.
Okay.
Maya's probably similarly. She probably took shot something back real quick to start, but is now nursing something and is just watching Zaya with an immense expression of pride.
I am definitely helping teach Zaya how to dance, only better.
All right.
And actual dances, like with the steps.
So her next dance with Ember actually goes surprisingly well because I rolled with you helping her. I rolled advantage. She got an 18. So she definitely her dry body, for lack of a better term, dry-ended body, would that be a term?
Sure.
Is definitely has a little bit of agility to it. It's you can definitely see where those Fey influences, as it were, definitely go more on the live and agile side. And yeah, she's just having a blast.
Oh yeah. Playing around, twirling. I twirl her. I twirl her a lot.
There's much twirling.
Much twirl with much sugar.
Twirling is very fun.
Once everybody kind of gets tired of dancing and sits down eventually, and we're all kind of sitting at the table and there's a slight lull in conversation, Gavin's going to kind of glance around at everybody and he's going to... So that really sucked. And I know there's been a lot of talk about failing each other. And I know that death, even temporary, is not something we can take lightly. But I want to say that the one thing I saw when we were out there and we were fighting for our lives and we were fighting for Tina, that every last one of you did everything in your power to help. And I don't think that there's any shame in falling when you're helping your family and you're fighting for what you believe is right. We have had one hell of a trip getting to where we are right now. We have done things that nobody in history that I'm aware of has ever done. And we are a group of complete misfits. And assholes. And I fucking love every last one of you guys. It doesn't count as failure if at the end of the day you can raise a glass with your family and tell them you love them. So he raises his glass.
Here, here.
You see Ember raise her glass last.
And then he just goes quiet.
So, the ship was alive the entire time?
Oh, Barker.
Yeah, buddy.
Yes, Buck.
Yes. That voice that was always in your head. Yep.
Riri told me that was my conscience.
Well,
That's a different voice. That's the one that sounds more like you.
It's a different voice, yeah.
the female voice in your head. Unless your conscience is a female voice, I don't judge. You know, if you have an inner girl inside, hey.
Gavin's like, mine is, her name's Rhiannon.
But he's got to keep you in check. Wink, darling.
He kind of goes over towards Gavin and is like, so I've done things on that ship.
Yes, buddy, I know. I have to.
But the ship was alive the entire time.
Yeah. Okay. We all pooped in the ship.
Hold on.
And this is like, what shouldn't be blowing your mind right now is that I am the ship. What should really be blowing your mind, and she kind of leans in and whispers in your ear, I know where your candy stash is.
Oh.
Oh, you little devil, you. And I boop her nose.
That's so
And then she gives you a little kiss on the cheek and then goes back and sits down.
As she does that, he look back at Barker. He's like, honestly, buddy, I wouldn't worry about it.
I have so much to think about.
Gavin just reaches over, grabs another bottle, and hands it over to Barker.
Take your time, buddy.
So wait, where are the goblins right now?
Oh, Kaladin and...
They're on her right now?
Oh, no. Hold on. Okay, so... Amaya, do you want to field this one?
Okay, so when I said it was like Tina going between dragon and person, it's not quite like that. Zaya can make a body separate from the ship body, and she inhabits the person body to move around that way. So the ship body is still in ship form at the dock. It's just Zaya's soul is here with us in this body.
I love Ember's hand gestures. He's selling it.
I'm not. I can't.
I might be slightly drunk right now.
I don't know what you just said at all.
Hey, buddy.
Ship is in two places. Zaya and an actual ship. That's where the goblins are.
The ship is still there. The goblins are on the ship. Zaya's brain is in this body now. For now.
We might actually need to see this happen at one point.
I don't think any of us are in state to walk back.
Bark.
This might be easier just to say, I am both this body and the ship.
You're twins.
Yes.
Just go with that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sort of.
But the other twin is mute.
Okay. Okay. But you're a friend.
I sure hope so. I think of you as my friend.
Isaiah, she's part of our family, Barca.
Oh, okay. That's right. Sorry. Your ship. Okay. So, just friends.
Yes, just friends. As Gavin glances at Amaya.
Okay. So if I want my candy, how do I get it from her?
You ask her the same as you always would.
And when we get back on the ship, I can help you get your thing.
Oh, you don't just grab your candy. Okay. I was just
Oh, Barca, I wouldn't
still
grab
trying to work this out.
It's your candy. Now, if you're interested in sharing some of your candy with me, I share your candy, but I don't
Candy sharing. Yes, in on like the deck where everybody is, we can share
Sure.
candy. But I have to get the candy from you. Sharing candy with Barca?
Right, Gavin grabs the bag and dumps it over on the table, letting all the stuff that we got out onto the table. We got some shit to divvy up, guys.
Oh, I love
Good
bread.
segue. Good segue.
There's a loot for you, Ember.
I'm just gonna let Barker process that for a little while.
Oh no, he sees toys. He's just like, ooh, something shiny. Like,
Oh, so that's a funny thing. We have a loot.
I mean, I don't think any of us are gonna stop you from taking it,
I
Ember.
can't play the loot.
I can't.
What?
You can't play the lute?
I can play the lyre, the viol, and the bagpipe.
You can learn to play the lute.
You can learn to play the lute.
I don't know. I was trying to look that up really fast, and I could not find the rules on that.
It requires downtime,
Okay.
but you can, so you can use downtime to learn a language or toolkit proficiency, which the instrument would be considered.
Okay.
We also have opened it up to potentially learning skills, because it makes sense to me that if you spend time training a skill, you could effectively learn a skill. I mean, you can also do it via feat, but it makes sense to me that you could do it either way.
Okay.
Does anybody else have the ability to play the lute currently that would like to play the lute?
Rashi's gonna try right now.
Oh dear God.
No. Ooh,
Someone
and
takes it from her hand.
wash your hand. Oh.
I mean,
Narashti, why are you sticky?
Musician anxiety. Somebody else is touching a really expensive instrument.
I rolled a 5.
Oh my God!
I mean, at least it wasn't a nat one.
Now wait,
True.
you were trying to play the instrument,
Yes.
Oh
and you
no.
are
Oh
not
no.
with it, correct?
No,
Oh
not at all.
Oh no.
no. What did
Hold
that
on
thing
just a
do?
moment.
Yeah, that might be a little bad.
No idea.
You need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh God.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Feck.
You do have advantage being a Kalashtar.
Thank you. 12.
A 12 fails the DC 15 check. So you take 6 psychic damage, which then is then halved for you, being that you're a class star. I believe you get resistance to psychic, yes?
Yes, I have a
So
defense.
you take 3 psychic damage as you pluck the strings, and for everybody else, it sounds
God awful.
It sounds horrible, But to you, Narashti, it's almost like when you pluck the string, it's almost like you hear the twang of when the string broke, but it's all in your mind and giving you a really kind of nasty little headache.
Like your ear has a little blood.
Ow! I don't think this is a good idea. Ember,
You do that!
no.
Oh,
Oh my god.
maybe.
I take it out of her hands. No touching!
I will say that's when you, those of you that were helping to identify the items, remember that if you are not attuned to the object, trying to play the instrument will potentially hurt you.
Will end poorly.
It's food.
Yeah. Heads up, probably don't do that maybe.
Fine.
Don't go up to random magic objects and try to activate them.
I mean, I thought common sense would have been at play here, but apparently not. I'll lean back and look at the bartender.
He's so drunk right now.
Very, very drunk.
No, so Gavin looks over at the bartender and is like, I would like all of the coffee you have in her as quickly as possible, please.
Do you want coffee or do you want her coffee?
No.
Oh, no, I want coffee. She doesn't need to be drunker.
Roger, sir.
I have some thoughts and some suggestions on where potentially some of the items we got should go.
I mean, the Inquisitive goggles should go to you.
No, they should not, because you have to have the mark of Tharask to use the Inquisitive goggles. You have to have the mark of Finding.
Oh.
I cannot use them. We should sell those.
To House Tharash, hopefully.
The loot should theoretically go to Ember. The bracers of archery makes sense to go to Narashti, since she's the only one who usually does archery, although I know Barca can.
Primary archer so far of the group,
Yep.
Yeah.
Saddle of the Cavalier would go to Barca/Tina.
Yes.
Bracers of defense, I would kind of like, since I, at this point, cannot wear armor, if that's okay.
I would also kind of like those, because that's one of the few magical items that need attunement that are really actually useful for monks.
My AC is 13.
Sure.
True, but we also stay in the back.
Whereas Amaya is going into
Goes
melee
in the front.
pretty much by default.
Okay.
I mean, if we're being honest, I got it.
You did also get a buttload of money, and you're in Shard.
Yeah.
We could
Yeah.
try to find another one.
There are also some objects that will bump up your AC, like your AC is now this plus your dex, which you could use, but Amaya would be worthless for. Just the way that the items work.
Okay. The Wand of Lightning Bolt could probably go to Nikali, maybe?
I'm here for it. It's in keeping with his particular aesthetic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I won't mind. I mean, it's useful for anyone that can potentially cast the spell.
I don't
But if
know if I can or not.
I'll be don't get me wrong, I'd be happy to take it if you.
Well, both Rhiannon and I can potentially cast Lightning Bolt. I am personally perfectly fine with you taking the wand, because I will be up front and center and probably getting my ass handed to me.
I could take it, but I honestly tend to forget about stuff like wands, so I would rather have it somewhere where it's actually going to be used.
Okay.
I actually cannot use it, so.
Well, thank you, friends. This will be very handy.
Okay, I did take the loot.
Okay.
Because realize even without proficiency, you still get to add like your charisma, which is not horrible. So you still have a pretty you. Granted, we've got a bunch of charmers in the group, but you're still probably the best choice to field it.
Mm-hmm. The ring sounded like something that Gavin would be good with.
So just to let you know, the spell is in Xanathars?
Yeah, Shadowblade.
Yeah.
I can read it off real quick just to give you an idea of what it does.
What is it actually called? You read it to us at one point.
The
Like,
spell is
break
called
the spell.
Shadowblade.
Yeah, I know what Shadowblade is.
Ring of Shadowblade, I believe.
Yeah.
And it allows you to cast the spell Shadowblade.
Which is, I mean, you can technically throw it, but that sounds like way more of a.
So it's a bonus action to cast. It's concentration up to a minute. And it creates a magical sword out of solidified gloom in your hand. It is considered magic. It counts as a simple melee weapon with which you are proficient. It deals 2d8 psychic damage on a hit. It has the finesse, light, and thrown properties. Range 20/60, like most thrown like daggers and whatnot. In addition, when you use this sword to attack a target that is in dim light or darkness, you get to make the attack roll with advantage.
Oh.
If you drop the weapon or throw it, it dissipates at the end of the turn. Thereafter, while the spell persists, you can use a bonus action to cause the sword to reappear in your hand.
Did you make up the ring?
I made up the ring, yes.
Ah. That's why I can't find it on D&D Beyond.
And so when I mentioned the slots, so basically, if you use one charge, it's as the basic second level spell. If you use, 2 charges, then it counts as a fourth level spell as far as the slot. And then if you use 3 charges, it counts as a 6th level spell slot. So effectively, 1 charge is 2d8, 2 charges is 3d8, 3 charges is 4d8.
And it only holds.
And it has a total of 5 charges.
Okay.
And it regains a die 3 charges at midnight.
Gotcha.
I guess so Shadowblade is on the Warlock class list as far as spells are concerned. I've not taken it because of the Hexblade. Because I can't make a Shadowblade my pact or Hexblade weapon.
Correct.
So technically speaking, my scimitar that I'm using is going to be better for me than the Shadowblade.
That's fair.
So it's a cool item, and I dig it, but it's probably not something I'm going to use all that often.
I'd be interested in it, but I already have my crystal scimitar. I don't remember. It has some fancy stuff. But I think, Brian, you made up, and I have it in my notes.
Yeah, your scimitar is kind of
It's nifty.
with your scimitar, we're kind of working it as a sort of a legacy item.
Yes. So I don't need another blade.
Anybody else?
Well,
I mean, when you cast the spell using the ring, you become proficient in the weapon. So you get your, and if you're more dex based, you get a.
Well, and that's like, for me, that would actually be, because I use my, because of the Hexblade thing, I use my charisma as my attack bonus with the Hexblade. So, yeah.
And it takes a whole action to, like, summon that blade, yeah?
No, it's a bonus.
Yeah, it's a bonus action. Which, that's cool. Let's skip it for now and move on to the next thing.
I mean, I will throw it out. Depending on what you want, now that Kaladin and them are back, you could always toss it off to one of them too if you guys are interested. You don't have to, obviously, but
I mean, Ember really doesn't use weapons.
Yeah, same for Rhiannon.
So, I mean, I literally don't have a weapon.
that's
Well, I mean, I've got a dagger. Whee!
I mean, not that I'm trying to be an item hog for NPCs, but I mean, Nicola could also use it potentially. He's got a decent dex. Again, I'm not trying to.
What does Nagali usually use, though?
Nagali's usually throwing spells.
Magic?
Or snap where he's got magic.
Magic moments.
Let's skip that one. We can come back.
Yeah, we'll come back to it. I think
We'll
we
circle back
hold on
around.
to it in the store for right now.
That's fine. You can put it in the group for now.
Yeah.
I will say I like the Ion Stone for Ember or Rhiannon.
Yes.
I would be very interested in the Iron Stone.
And
I
as
already have the loot, so the stone is yours.
there we go.
Plus, to be fair, your big boomers are going to be more of a target
Yeah.
on you.
You're blowing shit up on the battlefield. They're not going to target the person behind the lines singing. They're going to target the person who's throwing the fireballs.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
I will say that the mask is going to be good for any frontliner.
Not it. Give
So,
it to Barca.
me, Barca, or Amaya.
What does the mask do again?
3 hit points additionally per level.
You have to attune to it, but while wearing it and attune to it, it gives you an extra 3 hit points per level.
Really say Barca.
Barca. I mean, Barca would be pretty bad. What's the mask look like?
I have a picture. If you're
Plus,
willing.
we could alter it. We could make some modifications.
Although, I
Admittedly,
remember,
the idea of Barca in a dragon mask was also part of the reason why I wanted Barca.
I just need to know, is the mask, is that going to be efficient to stop the spread of COVID? Is it?
It does, actually. No, there's a 70% chance to resist disease.
Right, like how many layers do we have here? And does it seal, like?
does it cover both the mouth and nose?
That's
Not
important.
for filter.
The mask gives extra hit points. It does not give immunity to disease.
Oh, sad.
There you go. There's the caveat.
Does it compensate for my huge underbite?
I love that it'll jut out a
Yeah,
little bit.
It'll morph a little bit, sure. It's magic, why not?
Where's my picture? Where the fuck did it go?
I mean, if it's a dragon mask, it makes total sense for Barca to be wearing a dragon mask while he's riding the dragon.
Yeah,
Cheers.
I made the.
I cannot find the picture, so fuck it.
While you're looking that up, I'm going to quickly share. I had a couple of other pictures for Zaya,
Oh.
which I'll share real quick because why not?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
And then,
But with the white hair.
But with the white
Right.
hair.
and then, what was the other one I had? This one was just more of a headshot, I guess, but kind of a cool. It was just kind of a cool.
I like the face.
I love that as like, if she had her own camera, like that could be her like screen shot.
Right?
Actually, now that I think of it, you know what? This could kind of be like the masthead.
The
I like that.
Yes, on the front.
The figurehead, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Was that all your pictures, Brian?
That's all we have to do.
All right, so bearing in mind that when I designed the mask, I was wholesale ripping it off of Skyrim, so I just leaned into it.
Yeah, Barca will wear that.
Bearing in mind that there's probably more of like a scaled motif as opposed to just like the straight metal.
And Barca would probably cut holes in the side leather so his 1.5 ears can come out.
There you go.
There.
Well, the hood is probably separate of the mask.
Right.
Oh. So it's just the mask. Sweet.
Just
Yeah, it's just the mask. So if you wanted a hood, you could, but yeah, it is just the mask.
Perfect. And what's the mask's name?
Mask of the Dragon Priest.
Mask of the Dragon Priest. Well, is anybody else putting a bid in for it?
I mean, I wouldn't hate it, but I think it better serves you.
No, it does require attunement.
Just
For what that's worth.
Yep, that shouldn't be a problem.
I don't know where everybody's at for tuned items, and quite frankly, I don't.
I will now have one.
Fair enough.
Ironstone makes 2 for me, so.
I believe the Sun Sword does have to be attuned.
Yes.
That would make sense.
Sword-
Because usually the really badass weaponry and magic items in general usually have to be attuned.
Yeah. So with the Sun Sword and the Bracers, Amaya will be at 3, but they're like the 3 items in D&D 5th Ed that Amaya would want to have. So unless we come across that legendary tattoo that's now part of the game.
Right?
Oh, which the barrier tattoo is the one that you would want to look into, Rhiannon, because that's the one that just changes how your AC is calculated to more like a monk. So even just the uncommon variant of it, your AC becomes 12 plus your dex.
Yeah.
So the uncommon version is kind of like leather armor.
I think so, yeah.
Sort of.
Basically, yeah. Yep. And then the rare one becomes your AC is now 15 plus up to +2 from your dex. And
Yeah,
there's
the really high one is like
no dex bonus.
Rare is
No
15,
dex,
and then
yeah.
15 plus your dex up to a +2, so it's like wearing medium armor.
Yeah.
And then the very rare version is an AC of 18. It's like wearing plate mail.
But since
no
Amaya,
added dex bonus, it's just like wearing plate mail.
right. But since Amaya has a dex bonus calculation that's already different for being a monk, one of those would actually drop her AC.
Right.
It would be super useful for you, but worthless for Amaya. Which is why it was kind of like, bracers, please.
Well, and yeah, with Amaya having it's kind of one or the other. Like if you have the bracers, it accomplishes kind of the same thing as a.
Right. Well, and the bracers are just a +2, so that stacks on top of your AC.
Oh,
is calculated
maybe I'm
by-
thinking maybe the cloak then. One of the it doesn't matter anyway.
I know the robe or the Archmagi or whatever, just that also increases your AC to that like 15 plus your dex or whatever. But that's a legendary item.
Yeah.
I know, I want that.
But in the short term, an uncommon tattoo magical item. Nice little +2 to your AC.
yeah, but saving up to that the mega ones. That's where it's at.
Go big or go home.
You can, because I believe you can only get one. You can only get one tattoo.
Well,
Actually, it depends. Because the different rarities of tattoos take up a larger percentage of your body. So you can only have so many together that would cover basically your full body.
Right.
But if you have multiple tattoos that don't take up more than a body's worth of space, they count as one attuned item.
I really want that rare one and just cover my back and just AC of 18.
Here's my question for the GM.
Yes.
And I don't know if there's rules for this or not, or if there are, whatever. Supposing Rhiannon were to purchase the lesser version of that now, like she had the money for it. This is hypothetical. Would you allow that, as long as it was the same tattoo but the greater version, that a tattoo artist would be able to compound upon what already exists and make it the greater version if she's willing to pay the difference?
Or difference with a X amount of percentage uptick or whatever.
Actually, I believe that the way that the magical tattoos work is the magical item is actually like a tattoo needle that you hold against yourself to attune, and then the needle becomes the tattoo. So if you kind of be attuned to the tattoo, it reverts to the needle form.
Correct.
So you can...
tattoo you can remove, it turns into the needle, you can set it on the shelf, whatever. As far as... So as far as the paying off the difference, no, you'd have to buy it as a separate item, but your lower level tattoo you could then take and sell as its own thing.
And sell at whatever market you find.
Right.
So it could be half or...
Well, yeah, we can roll to see what interesting things happen, but...
Right.
or you. I mean, and that's if you decide to sell it completely on your own. There is always a chance you could sell it to a vendor that is known to sell magic items, but then you're definitely going to get you won't be able to really haggle as much of the price because they obviously need to make their profit as well. But
Right.
you basically trade off the potential of selling it for a little bit higher or lower for having that sort of reliability that you can get rid of it without any hassle.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like any other magical item, they can be attuned and unattuned kind of at will.
Absolutely.
It's better than nope, you're stuck with it, live with it.
Is there like a magical tattoo that's kind of like Mike Tyson-esque that would give me advantage on wisdom and intelligence saving throws?
That's what Intellect Fortress is for.
Actually,
I think there is
there might be something.
a psychic one, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me take a look here.
I'm pretty sure there is one
They're all
for
basically in Tasha's book here. Let's see.
resistances.
Let's see, equipment.
Spell that.
There's an absorbing tattoo that's very rare. While it's on your skin, you have resistance to the type of damage. And when you take damage of the type, you can use your reaction to get immunity against that damage and regain a number of hit points equal to half the damage you would have taken, which can be done once a day. That is also very rare.
Yeah. But it only happens like once per dawn.
Man, life well tattoo. That's kind of sick too.
Ooh, yeah.
Now, this being all said, there's nothing to say that you can't have something sort of custom made that we can work with.
Ooh.
I'm not above doing that, but we just have to just have to find someone willing to craft it.
There's not a Pumat soul to be found?
It's charm, man. There's probably several Pumat souls.
It's just, going into the right
And they're all
shop.
called house camp.
There's not a Melina Orion to be found?
I mean, there's you guys are in the fantasy version of New York City. If you can't find it here, that's because it never fucking existed. And you should take psychic damage for being the first one to come up with the idea.
I'm not gonna lie. I do like the idea of the Shadow Blade, and if there was a way for me to make it my packed weapon, I would be fucking all over that. But I don't think there is.
That's fair. I just really like the spell, so I figured I might want to make a match again.
No, it's a cool spell. It's just I get more benefit from using my Hexblade.
No.
And I mean, it does do psychic damage, which is not a whole lot of things do, which is kind of cool too.
True.
You know what? I like options. I'll take it.
Okay.
So, I did have a magical order in charm being made.
And remind me, what was that word?
They were custom sending stones.
Oh, yes. Let's see. Let me take a look down real quick here. You were shopping in Charm back on the 18th.
Yeah, they were.
It was a week later, so we're a week and 5 days in. It is not ready yet. Well, I guess once you guys are, I'm assuming the rest of this day after getting healed is spent in revelry.
Yes,
Yeah.
but there is one thing that I would like to do in said revelry.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm going to go up to Zaya.
Okay.
And I'm going to whisper in her ear, would you like to fly?
Fine.
Would you like to go for a ride instead of being the ride?
Huh.
Come on. And I take her hand
Okay.
and shout at everybody, we'll be right back. And run out of the inn.
Okay.
Maya shouts after you, you better have her back by midnight.
Promise!
And to be fair, you do see like the longboat because I'm like floating outside.
Yeah.
For what that's worth.
And
You see a couple of kids that are on it trying to figure. They're trying to make it.
trying to
move.
make it go.
Like,
They're doing the
they're-
fake drive.
They're trying to steal it, but as soon as they see you guys head out, they immediately like hop off and scatter.
And I am going to polymorph into a silver dragon
Okay.
and tell her, hop on.
Okay. And she kind of figures it out. You see, as you're sitting there and kind of doing this, because it's definitely, by the time you guys have done all the healing and whatnot, it's now nighttime.
Oh god,
so you
Sean's
see
gonna
one-
be gorgeous.
You see one drunk guy kind of look over and see this silver dragon with a lady made out of wood climbing up its back, and then just kind of chuck his bottle over the side of the bridge and start walking away. Like,
Probably a smart move, dude. And I am going to give her the best tour of Sharn.
all right. So you start flying. Who needed a map up there anyway? You start flying, and what I would like you to do.
I has proficiencies.
Oh, I know. I would like you. Oh, actually, I know what I'm gonna do. So you start flying, and you realize that you are starting to encounter the things that are encounterable in Sharn, and you realize that.
I wouldn't go over the military areas.
Hold on. You start to realize very quickly that the airspace around Sharn is just as bustling as the bridges and streets as you were. And so what I would like you to do is you're going to go ahead and roll for me a, we'll call it, so you can either make a Dex Acrobatics check.
Oh, wait a minute. I should do this as a dragon, though.
Correct.
Shit. Okay. Adult. Silver dragon.
It does not have athletics skill.
Okay.
So I believe that probably would be like a straight dex.
Yep.
Okay. Oh wait, it wouldn't be an adult dragon. Probably be a young one.
Probably an adolescent, I would imagine. Because, funny enough, you've had an adolescent dragon to view
Yeah, that's exactly
the anatomy and granted, this is the first time you've been a silver dragon, so it's kind of an interesting.
There we go. Young silver dragon. Okay, that's the same. All right. Straight dex. Haha. 17.
Okay. You are flying through the air, enjoying the weird sensation of, because here are your arms as claws, your legs are claws, but then you have this weird feeling in your shoulders as the muscles work your wings and just, and admittedly, you feel Zaya slip a little bit here and there. She's kind of holding on very strong with some of the spines on your back. Because, this is the first time she's ridden any creature, let alone a flying one. And I would like you to roll, Ember, go ahead and roll me a d20. Just a straight d20.
Sure. $15.
Okay. And you are able to whiz through, and you kind of zoom around different towers and up and over or below bridges. That you seem to avoid any particular hassles. And seem to be doing a pretty good time. Now how long are you, would you say, are you flying for?
I can only do this for an hour, so.
Are you flying for like the whole hour?
No, I'd say probably we give a good, a good 20-minute tour, fly around, we'll do maybe when we're closer to the ship, maybe do a couple loop-de-loops.
Okay. Go ahead and make another Dex athletic check.
Sure.
Blah, 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 blah. I cannot speak today. Blah, blah.
We're doing all right. 16.
All right, and go ahead and roll me a die 20.
Another die 20. Okay.
Just straight die 20.
13.
Okay. Again, even though there's a lot of hustle and bustle, you managed to avoid the worst of it and have a pretty easy sailing. Now, I would like you to go ahead and make a, let's call it a perception roll.
Sure.
Great.
Ooh, as a dragon? Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose, do your mental abilities?
Yes, they do.
Because it's polymorph, not wild shape.
20. Wait, plus 8. 24.
Okay. So you were able to find your way back without issue. And so, yeah, like a 20-minute... 20-minute-ish thrill ride of soaring and daring do.
But not a 3-hour tour.
And you see she just kind of squeals in delight.
Yeah.
And, she gets off of your back. And then before you can even turn back, gives you the biggest hug around your dragon neck
I shift back to myself as I put her on the deck of the ship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just taking her back to ship because I believe everybody else was about to go back.
Correct.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah?
Probably.
I'll bring her back to the ship.
Okay. You bring her back, and you see Kaladin is passed out. You see Cass trying to talk down the goblins who are they're like, no, and you hear them, and granted, they're they're speaking common. I guess they do know common. So, but he's telling them, no, you cannot engage in target practice when within city limits. It's like, well, we need to be good. We got lucky with the last guy. Like we don't, I'm just like, no, we'll find a time. And Kaz is like, look, guys, we'll find a time, but you just gotta know, not in city limits. It's like, and you see they're kind of having this argument sort of back and forth. And of course, like all 12 goblins are kind of arguing at the Warforge. And so it's like this massive shout of like, but we need to do it. Amaya says we need to be top shelf. It's like, you're racist. And then like they're like all kind of throwing it all at once. And they're doing random things like, well, I'm horrible at shooting. No, you're not. Shut up. And then it's like, they're just he's just getting hit with this wall of sound of goblin whining. But he sees like, hold up, come on now. We're not in city limits. By the way, Warforged kind of have fingers like Ninja Turtles. So
Yeah.
like,
I have a weird request. Can we create a spell called Wall of Goblin Whining? Because I think that needs to happen.
It's like vicious mockery.
I'll see what I can do.
It might require some research, but I wouldn't say no. I mean, there's summoning spells. You could summon a goblin wall of whining.
Goblin Wall of Whining.
That's a thing, I guess.
Right.
Sure, yeah, that's fun. As far as the rest of you, then, do you stagger back to towards the ship?
Yeah, Maya will be like periodically checking in with Zaya through the mind link, how things are going, if she's having fun, and when she finds out they kind of went back to the ship, she'll head back to the ship as well.
Yeah, and you see Zaya's like, gets back on the ship and she kind of spins around and goes, this was the best day ever! And she kind of falls back, and then you see as her body lands and hits the deck, it just kind of disappears.
Boy, you should have saved that trick for Barca, but
That's badass.
And then you see her face kind of pop up, and it's like, that's a great idea. And then she kind of like points back out.
oh, honey, okay,
Barca's
that's
gonna
a thing.
break.
But maybe, well,
Okay, there are going to be certain rooms that you're not going to be able to do that in.
no, I've Mom's already talked about giving people their privacy.
The boundaries.
And
Very good.
the boundaries, and
But I think it is delightful. And we should totally utilize that sometime. Like, if we get enemies boarding, just your face popping out and scare the living daylights out of them. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is potential, sweetheart.
Ooh, that's a great. I didn't even think of. We'll have to. That's.
We should come up with a go word. A secret word that we shout out and you can just pop out of the woodwork.
Scary face powers go.
Okay. Scary face powers go.
We'll workshop it. So, Narashti, granted, you were saying you were fairly three sheets to the wind, and the coffee has done nothing.
Woo!
Other than to
Woo! This is great.
and so you've got like at this point you've kind of got like maybe a Maya on this side, and then we'll say maybe Gavin on this side as you're kind of staggering along, and like all the coffee's really done is giving you a coffee flavor in the mouth, which is great because the alcohol was getting a little acidic. It was kind of like starting to get a little nasty. But
And you definitely have to poop.
Although, seriously, keep her away from any gift shops.
I was just gonna say she
but
was.
you
Dude, she's gonna come back with like the foam fingers and the pendants
That was.
and
I heard
stickers. So many fucking stickers.
And a gucky handbag.
Cookie. Yes.
as you are being helped back towards the ship, and granted, you're kind of at that point where you're kind of just you start to have random conversations with people of the party, but you're already partway through the conversation because you had it in your mind the first part, but then you start speaking. Like you get to a point where you start speaking it out loud, but you don't stop the train of thought necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Going off of personal experience.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
But as you guys are sitting there talking, and you're telling, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As you're telling. 1, 2, 3. As you're telling Rhiannon how beautiful her hair looks, all of a sudden you hear this kind of man's voice in your head go, "Hey, is this thing working? Hello?
Oh,
This fucking thing's broken."
who are? I forgot his name. What is my mentor's name? Or the one who's missing now?
The Kalantosh was the shadow hunter. You definitely know the voice is not his.
Okay. I will just. Shit. I'll say that out loud.
So what are you saying out loud?
Shit.
What? Oh, hey, hello? Hey, maybe this thing's working. Is this cursed? What the? No, I can set it.
Who are you?
No, it doesn't. Whoa, hey,
Where
there
did you
you
get
are.
this?
Where did you get this number?
How did you get this number?
How'd you get this? New number. Who dis?
Hashtag new phone. Who dis?
Look,
No.
you sound. Are you? Okay, where are you? You're not in this stone, are you?
No. Where did you find this? This belonged to my friend.
Oh, I promise I didn't steal it. I bought it fair and square.
Bought it? Where did you buy it?
I bought it at the Wall of Wonders place.
Where?
What was I forget the guy's name. Wallander, some Wally Wacky.
Wally Wacky Wall of Wonder? What?
Yeah, something like that. Anyway.
Do we have a bad connection? What is
And Nurashki's speaking all this out loud because I'm pretty sure it's a sending, so it's like verbal and mental.
You are drunk enough that you are not discerning. Your inner monologue is outer.
Yeah.
You don't.
What
So
is
everybody hears.
the one side?
Do I know of a magic shop? Do I know of a shop or anything like that named something similar to that? Can I make a roll or something?
I would particularly
You can
probably
go
know
ahead
if it's
and
in
make a
charm.
history roll.
History
Can I do
roll?
as well?
Yeah, both of you can because you're all there. You're all there listening.
I'm not.
And I was just gonna ask, what land thing are you on? Because she can't think of the word continent.
Wait, what? Who? What? Wait, what were you asking?
Land thing. Big land bit are you on?
Honey,
What?
can you ask where they're
Where
at?
are you?
I'm in the big city.
Oh, you're in Stormreach?
Sharn. You're in Sharn, Narashti.
Stormreach? No.
Sharn.
Are you in Stormreach?
What? And what if I was in Stormreach? You're not gonna like kill me, are you? Like I bought this thing fair and square. I didn't steal it from anybody.
Where did you buy it? It doesn't do anything. It just talks to me.
I didn't know that when I bought it. They
How
told
much
me
did
it
you
was
buy it for? That could be a really bad choice.
Christ. 22,
I'm
Brian.
immediately regretting my decision now for sure, but
Wait, I have gold.
Wendell Wentworth's Wendell's Wall of Wonders.
Wendell's Wall of Wonders.
Oh, I know that name. Tag on. I know that name.
I had a 22. Do I know that name?
Wendell's Wall of Wonders. He was one of the ones who could potentially have fixed my arm when my arm was all fucked up.
Can I buy it back from you?
Well, I mean,
How did Wendell get it?
Where do you know when did you buy it?
just like a little bit ago.
Because Wendell is
May I
scared
ask,
as fuck.
Were you like was your soul trapped in here? Should I break this? Is that? I mean, I don't really want to break it.
I like my soul being trapped in here.
Bought it, and it looks so pretty.
I'll bring you good luck.
Just having.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's.
What I love is we're just hearing Narashti's side of the conversation, and when we absolutely realize that, there's something going on, we don't necessarily know what.
What the fuck is your alignment, Narashti?
Chaotic drunk.
Yeah.
Chaotic drunk.
Knowledge check. You do remember that Wendell's Wall of Wonders was
It's a place in Stormreach.
You guys did not actually. You heard of it. You never went to in Stormreach.
Yeah.
I'm really sad that we didn't.
But I did get information about it, and Wendell is supposedly sketchy AF.
The whole place that sells like used magic items. It's like the CD loan pawn shop.
Yeah.
The magic junk shop sounds awesome.
It's
Right.
Axeman. Jesus.
Hold on. Let me.
Oh my god, we need to go there.
Let me think.
Narashti, while you're thinking, what's going on right now?
Gavin, shh.
I have been shushed.
Talking with a voice in my head.
Yes, I caught that much.
So your name
Don't
is
worry.
Gavin?
Put your hand over Gavin's mouth.
Oh, why is it sticky? Get it off. Ugh.
Oh no!
Hand. I just don't understand. Okay.
Why is it sticky?
Okay. Are you in Stormreach?
Why do you ask if I'm in Stormreach?
Because it's hard to make. No. I'm not. I would like to.
Are you drunk? How do you get a drunken spirit inside a stone? How does that work?
Are you drunk? Special.
Am I drunk? No, but I'm thinking about it.
I think that's a good idea. Go have a drink. Put me in your backpack. We'll talk later when you're drunk.
Now I don't know if I want to get drunk. You're not gonna wait, this isn't like, you're not like a spirit meant to possess me.
No.
Now realize, guys, on the other side of this conversation, there's a guy talking to a rock in his hand. In probably like the middle of the street.
It cannot be weirder than the moment I'm having right now.
I mean, it's liable to get the guy killed, so maybe
Kind of
tell
odd
him
on
to,
both sides. Just saying.
maybe tell him to stop talking to the stone until he gets somewhere safe if he's in Stormreach.
Oh, yeah, hey, I gotta, let me get back to my room and we can talk some more. Is that okay? I gotta put away because, a couple of people are looking at me funny and I only have, yeah, I'll be right, oh shit, I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, you monster, out of here. Away.
I was aimed at a kid.
No. Don't torture your other mom. Hi, Dad. Say hi. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Kaylee.
Now say goodbye.
Hi, Kaylee Bug.
Bye, Kaylee.
Just on the heels of that, you saying, "You monster, get out!" I'm like, where?
That's totally in the stone, 100%.
Oh wow.
Oh, you guys, this is not good.
What?
We gotta go to the stormy place.
No.
We gotta find Rihanna's mom.
No, there's a bad thing that happened to my friend. And I can't find him, and now somebody took his magic rock.
There's a bad thing that happened to my mom 5 years ago, and she got sold to slavery, Narashi.
Hold on.
We're dealing with right now.
You are very drunk. And while I understand that you seem to think that you're in distress, and I'm willing to believe it, maybe we need to figure out a way to get you sober before we have this conversation.
Okay, I have my mentor, Okay, you do the laundry. That's important.
We're just going back to the ship at this point.
Oh,
Guys,
Let's go sleep.
you guys return back to the ship.
And Narashti, no matter what you're saying at this point, Gavin's just kind of like, that's nice. Okay, whatever you say. But seriously, why is your hand sticky?
just getting like the annoyed, angry drunk, but like not really has enough effort to do anything. Shove off.
Well, and while there was a brief kind of spike of adrenaline with getting the message and starting to realize that it is in fact one of your special psionic sending stones, as you get on board the ship, your adrenaline is quickly flagging you, and you are now getting into tiger drunk mode where
Good night, y'all.
good night, you're about ready to kind of pass out.
All right.
Maya will gently lead Narashti into her room and get her squared away for bed.
Rashti falls, like, passes out on the covers, shoes on.
And Amaya, as you help get her set up, you actually see Zaya appear in her dryad body and helps you.
Excellent.
Barca gets back to the ship, and
Oh no.
before he goes up on the ship, he kind of looks at it and says, is it okay if I come on your ship? Can I go up there? Is that...
And Maya, you actually see Zaya go, "Oh, Barca, you're a hope." And then Barca, you hear in your mind, "Barca, you're always welcome."
That's awesome.
And then you see Zaya look back at you and Maya go, "I have to be used to that."
Indeed, will.
Okay. And Barca, like he's walking across glass, is just like lumbering up onto the deck, trying not to step on anything. Looks back at Amaya like, I'm respecting the ship.
Well, and Maya is below decks at the moment, so Maya's not with sight.
So he's looking around like, I'm respecting the ship.
You're doing such a good job, buddy.
Did you know the ship was alive?
I did.
The fuck you didn't tell me for?
We 100% told you, buddy.
We definitely told you, buddy. It's a little
I've
A little odd. It's okay.
Barker's got pretty good memory. He'd remember.
Hey, Barca, don't you have some candy stored away that you were looking for?
Right. It's just got my candy. All right, Ship. Candy. I want my candy.
Hey, you speak to her nicely, sir.
Use please. And
We use
thank
our
you.
manners in this
Manners.
family.
Manners.
But she stole my candy.
She did not steal your candy.
You let her hold
She
it
is
for you.
keeping it safe. You gave it to her to keep it safe for you. She is keeping it safe.
You didn't make it sound
Just-
like she was keeping it safe.
Sir, you just have to go back to where you put your candy and it will still be there. You do not speak to her that way. Do you understand me?
Fine. I was sorry, Ship, for using bad language. It's a really confusing time for me.
It is. It's okay.
I was
Someone still loves you.
dead like not long ago, and now I just found out you're alive the whole time. It's just
It's a lot, buddy. It's a lot.
It's a lot. She understands. Just go to wherever you hid your candy and it will still be there, okay, buddy?
the Barker doesn't remember.
Ask her where she hid your candy for you. Nicely, because she was being helpful. And she will help you get to wherever you two agreed it should go.
Okay. Ship.
She has a name. Barka.
What?
Her name is Zaya.
Her name is. This is Zaya?
They're
We
both
told them
Zaya.
they were twins.
They're both named Zaya.
That's really confusing. Why would they? Mom is horrible. Zaya, Amaya's mean. Why would she name her kid the same?
Hey, buddy.
Sorry.
Focus.
Focusing.
Okay.
Focusing.
It does. Whichever twin you're talking to, you can still call her Zaya. Okay.
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 Zaya, could I please have my candy?
Good job. That was so great, buddy.
Yeah, it was great.
Where would you like it? Are you gonna pick it up in your room, or
Barca, yes. Well, Barca, is it technically my room still, or?
well, yeah, you're the one who kind of laid claim to it, and I mean, I guess you share it with the goblins, so it's kind of their room too, sort of.
Okay, I will go to my room in your belly, and I'll go get candy.
As Barca sits to head below decks, Gavin's like, and I don't want to complicate things, but there's a big bag of gold in your room that's for you, bud.
Okay, that's good, because Barca and Riri go on shopping spree tomorrow.
Yep.
Well, thank you for gold. And then he gets to the doorway and, like, in his brain says, "Is it okay if I enter your belly?"
Barca, you're nothing has changed. You can still go out of the ship wherever you need to.
Good. He's like, "Oh, Barca, understand," and he continues his, like, very careful walking across glass walk into his bedroom and eats candy.
Oh my god, he's another version of Henry Crabgrass.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yep.
Always ask for consent.
Consent, please.
Gavin will also inform Ember of the financial windfall in her bedroom.
So, Ember, you and when you get to your bedroom, you actually see Wanda, Tulio, and Trilila sitting there counting the money. Like, it's still all sitting on the bed. They're just counting it and they're trying to set it in sizable, in countable stacks. But being that the bed is squishy,
Right.
they're really having a hard time. So they're like you see, Wanda is counting the money while Tulio and Terlila are sitting there trying to hold stacks of coins with their fingers and trying not to tip them over, but then they have to like reach out just a little bit further to try to cover the next stack, and so they're like trying to palm these stacks so they don't tip over, and they're really not doing a great job. But
Then one of them sneezes.
yeah, and then one of them sneezes, and the whole thing falls, and then you see all three of them are just like, ah.
And I go, Wanda!
What? Hi, we did what? Hey, hi. We love you.
And I go up and I hug him.
Oh, thank you, big hug.
I put them down. I tell them, you know, it's a lot easier to do that on the floor.
And you see, after a long dramatic pause, the light bulb. Oh, that's much better. Yeah, we were just trying to count it up so you had a good math on how much was there for you. We weren't taking. We actually stopped because the rule was we obviously don't take from you guys, and we were not doing that. We were not doing that because we are your girls, except for Julia, who's the boy. But we were not doing that. But the other guys, they realized that they shouldn't take from Lord Barca because he is the captain. So they thought maybe they could try to.
Who is the captain?
Take from the slightly lower level. Your ranks are all really kind of confusing, but we go with it as best we can. We get it, you're in charge, we kind of accept that. But the trying to find the captaincy. At any rate, so they tried at one point in time to maybe steal some of your gold, and we stopped them because that is wrong. And then we thought maybe at one point taking some of, briefly we thought of taking, I should say Tulio briefly thought of taking some of Captain Barca's gold, but then we slapped him upside the head and he realized that was dumb. So we then thought, hey, we should count, since you're coming back, we should count to see how much gold you have to give you an accurate count so that you know what you can do with your money, because I heard it's supposed to be invested. I have no idea what that word means. Anyway, so we were counting, and now you're here. And we're very happy that you're here. And they give you another hug.
You know, I was going to yell at you for letting me die. But I'm happy you're here.
I mean, we did kind of avenge your death, but then you came back, so we kind of avenged your life, which sounds more weirdly odd and not quite right. So,
all right. So, you three. You were supposed to be my backup.
yeah. So are we gonna, now that you're back, are we gonna practice more?
We will definitely practice more because I have a fancy new lute here that I need to figure out how to play.
And you see Tulio's just kind of looking up at you, kind of awe, and it's like, question,
Yes.
when did you dye your hair?
Yeah, when I died.
And you see Wanda's like, slaps him on the shoulder, like, that's what dying means.
Not really, but yeah, sure. Well,
You know what? Sure.
I thought it was the other thing where you like good breathing. That was okay, that's good to know.
That also happens. That also happens. So
You're breathing now.
I am breathing now.
Okay, that's good.
I am going to be passing out to each of them a potion of healing.
Oh my. Okay.
Just a regular one.
Sure.
You three will be tasked if you ever see one of us go down again. This is your one and only thing that you will do on the battlefield. Do you understand?
Okay, so we're supposed to drink it then?
You are supposed to give it to the person that falls. You shove it in their mouth. Wait, first you uncork it, then you shove it in their mouth.
Okay.
Okay? Offhand, what is the speed of a goblin?
They move at a third.
Okay, so that's not bad.
So for a small-sized critter, they move pretty fast.
Pretty quick. Okay.
There's a lot of small-sized ones move like, I don't know, 20 or 25, something like that. Like halflings and gnomes are a little bit slower than that, I believe.
I am hopefully going to turn you into runners.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Because apparently we need more insurance policies happening on board. And I can't heal everyone at once.
You see for Lila's like,
Yes.
do we use these only on the captains, or do we use it on the crew too? And what about the talking chest? That thing is scary.
Okay, don't worry about Liddy. Liddy can take care of himself.
Okay. We tried talking to him, but every time he opens his mouth, it just gets really scary and
Yeah, he only speaks giant and you don't.
yeah.
Yeah, we're working on that. We got bigger priorities at the moment. So, if you see a captain fall, that is your first priority.
Okay.
If you see anyone else fall, you shout to me first. All right?
Okay.
Me or any one of the captains that you see close. All right?
Okay.
But it's captain priority.
I can't.
Because if we die, you all die.
Right. We don't want you to die. Nope.
Nope, been there, done that. Let's try to avoid that. Now, that being said, I think it's time for the three of us to start designing costumes.
Oh.
I'm not going to role play that out.
So you start having a discussion.
Yes, we have a discussion in my cabin.
Okay.
And I'm going to start getting a clothing design and figuring out matching outfits or coordinating outfits, as it were. For my little trio. Because I want something to them being more distinguished than the rest of them.
Sure. But have the fans they have those characters. But all the do. Secret.
I do also, so I will spend a spell slot to send a message spell, or a sending, because I believe sending I get a whole, nope, it's still 25 words, shit. I'll still do the sending to the magic shop that I was getting my sending stones made.
Sure.
And tell them I need to increase that order.
Oh, okay. Would you say increase what?
I need all of these stones to only message my stone.
So like one stone to rule them all, kind of thing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, that is going to unfortunately extend the time frame a little bit.
Yeah, I realize that.
Okay, we should. Well, let's see. We can figure out the cost when we get here. Chances are it shouldn't.
Because sending stones are fairly cheap.
It shouldn't be too much more expensive per stone. We can negotiate a good rate on that too, since you've been so generous with us. But I wouldn't worry about that so much. Time frame wise, with where we're currently at, we are looking at probably being ready closer to the end of the order. So end of the month.
End of the month. Any way I can pay double and shorten that up?
Admittedly,
or it's just not enough man.
It's less of an issue of expediency and more just sheer manpower.
Okay.
And to take any offense, and I apologize if you take it that way, but you are not the only order we are processing. So we do have someone dedicated to the task at hand, and will definitely be able to adjust the order without too much. I believe without too much issue with where they're at. It won't.
Side note. Outside, creating magic objects for like us creating magic objects.
Mm-hmm.
I know 5e has wiggly rules. Yes. Wiggly rules.
There is.
Because I do have the sending spell.
Anyone. So here's the deal. Anybody with spellcasting ability, in a nutshell, can create magic items.
Okay.
The big thing it takes time.
Yeah.
It takes some monies, usually to buy certain material, reagents, and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then usually you need some exotic reagents that either cost a lot of money or are usually part of like going out and doing a quest or
a
something.
Drop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What have you.
Okay.
So typically there's those are kind of the three factors involved.
Okay.
And then the time frame depends basically on the rarity of the object that you're creating.
That's fair.
Now, artificers, which are very prevalent in Eberron, because that's where the class came from, they do, especially higher level ones, have certain abilities to expedite that. If you are not an artificer, you use kind of the normal time frames.
Okay, that's fair. I'm trying to speed up things, and that's not happening, but that's okay. So then I increase the order by 8.
8 stones, okay.
8 stones to go to 1 versus just the 1 stone.
Okay, and so the 8 stones communicate to the 1 to the 8, but not the 8 to each other.
and all of them will be carved in a single flame.
Okay.
But that's it.
Now, for the two that they were making already,
Yes.
um,
Those it was the flame, but they had a bunny on it.
okay, and there were more jewelry. Now, do you want all of them to have the bunny as well?
No, not the bunny, just the flame.
Just the two that were part of the original.
Yeah.
Very well. We can do that. I would say for the added stones. We'll say another 2,000 gold.
Okay, done.
Which you can pay when you pick them up.
Yep.
It's not a.
Pay on delivery.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Excellent. We will get right on it.
That's all I have. Sorry.
Okay. So it's 4:30th. Admittedly, this whole day today was kind of just watching whatever chaos unfolded with you guys. Like, I didn't really have what one would call plans per se.
We were getting back to reset.
Didn't really know where you guys wanted to go, but you are back in Shard, which is a good home base as far as picking up stuff, and you have flush with some cash, and you have several different leads and possibilities to investigate and/or peruse. And so I think this might be actually, unless anyone else has got anything else they would like to touch base on or discuss as far as in-game, then I think we may call it a little bit early for today. Like, judging by outside tonight, but you know. I guess, is there anything?
Narash will have stuff to stay in the morning, but that can wait till next game.
Okay.
I mean, Gavin was literally just going to go to Rhiannon and go, "Hey, let's go find your mom."
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of Rhiannon's priority.
Like, he means now, because he's not drunk at all.
Oh. Well, neither is she. Side adventure while everyone is drunk.
No.
Well, and you can, you can, if you want to investigate at night. I mean, Shard is the city that only slightly sleeps at all. And I mean, it definitely has a nightlife. I mean, it's.
Well,
again, I was equated to a medieval Manhattan, so it's.
Honestly, if they are going to be doing anything, since Rhiannon did tell her house about her mother potentially still being alive, her first thing would be to go to the Enclave in Shard and be like, "Hey."
Okay.
Well, and here's my question, just real quick logistical question. We are getting close to that 5 o'clock cutoff. I know Darren's got stuff he's got to do. If we are just going to do something where it's Gavin and Rhiannon, do we want to let people go and just keep going? Because, like, we talked about potentially playing a little bit later anyway, but I know there was a couple of people that needed to go. Do we want to do that? I mean, it's kind of up to Brian if you've got stuff to keep going with. It's kind of up to the other people. Like, what do people think?
Do you really think you can slip away from Barca?
Bark is pretty distracted right now.
He's got a lot on his plate right now.
I would imagine he's still struggling with the questions of life and what is actually alive and not alive and what's real, what's not real. He saw his mom, he thinks. He was playing. There's just
Those
so
equations going on in the background.
Doesn't even know what equations are.
A bunch of goblins staring at him in a pile of gold and like There's
But his equation is like 1 + 1 = 3, and then like 1 + 1 equals.
Well, see, and it's not even equations kind of floating in the background. It's like when emojis don't load on your phone, so it's just like hashtags and question marks.
Or better yet, it's just
The
a loading
square
bar.
with the X.
Yeah, the square with the X in it. Just
a loading bar, but it's just like.
it's just you got the spinning wheel of death. Just
2% more. Come on.
It's gonna take 38 minutes. Oh.
you guys go to wake Barca in the morning. You open his door. You see his wall is covered in numbers and random words pointing to different things. Just like littered, and he's just shaking and rocking back and forth.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
Parker went to Charlie.
And you see the other 9 Goblin crew members are kind of doing the same thing, sort of mimicking him.
Actually, you see half the room is done in Barca's script, and the other half is done in wild, like, Goblin script, because they're just writing things in as well.
Oh my gosh.
so it's up to Brian who's running, and it's up to the other people. Do you want to do like a little later after quest, side quest?
I mean, I can go for a little bit longer if you want to explore that route. I mean, we probably won't go super long, but I can still do a few things if you want. Are there other sort of side quests or things anyone else would also like to do? Because we can kind of.
Narashi's passed out, so I'm probably going to dip out here because she's down for the count for the night. I will just maybe for planning purposes and just saying she's going to push to go deal with that and be fine going by herself. And she'll have things to say, but I'll hold that off for next game. But just planning purposes and ideas, like that's her motivation the next morning. So I'd like to go through it a bit, but yeah.
All right, can I propose that we take like a 5-minute break to transition and get everything set up, and people who are not hanging out can go and all that stuff. Let's do a 5-minute break. I'll stop the stream, and then we'll be back.
Yeah.
So before we go,
Yep.
just for those of you who may be leaving us, thank you so much for watching. I hope, as far as the party here, you had a good time. I know I certainly did.
Yes.
I mean, it was very emotional, but
It was. Oh my God! It was.
We knew it was going to be.
yeah.
Brian, you were this close to getting me to cry, and I have no soul.
I mean, I cried, but that's not anything new.
So.
Bravo, Reich.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bravo, everybody, as far as I'm concerned. Because that was just, the whole thing was just, yeah. It was
So
awesome.
much good stuff. And bravo, Barca.
And bravo.
Bravo.
You did a really good job. I'm
Oh,
very
God.
pleased.
You're so much fun to play with, Darren.
Oh, thanks, guys. It was fun.
Yeah. All right. So those of you on the stream, we'll be back in a few minutes just to do a little side thing. We'll be back in 5.
Hi guys, I'm gonna go get ready for a Girl Scout meeting.
that mourns in lonely exile until the Son of God appear. Rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O Israel. Oh, come now, Lord of Jesse, free thine own from Satan's tyranny. From depths of hell thy people save, and give them victory o'er the grave. Rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O Israel. Oh, come now, days bring calm and cheer, our spirits by thine advent here. Disperse the gloomy clouds of night, and death's dark shadows put to flight. Rejoice, rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O Israel. Oh, come thou King of David, and open wide our heavenly home. Make safe the way that leads on high, and close the path to misery. Rejoice, Emmanuel shall come to thee, O
Welcome back for those that are continuing to join us as we do a couple little side quests.
Little side quest. Okay.
And so Gavin offered to Rhiannon to that he was awake and ready to go, and you were awake and ready to go, and then surprisingly was not offering the sex, but actually to
I mean,
Different ending than usual. That's fine.
I mean, we could have sex first and then go, but
I'm not really in the mood.
I thought I'd throw it out there. It's fine. I understand.
It's fair. Anyway, let's.
Where do you want to start?
Well, House Madani makes the most sense, and then.
Gavin, okay, this is your show. I'm just going to follow your lead.
Okay.
So he kind of gestures towards the gangplank.
Hey, where are you going?
House Madani,
How sober are you? You're not passed out.
I'm fairly sober. I'm a fire genasi. I kind of burn off shit.
Fair.
Yeah, when you were drinking, you were actually burning kind of white instead of blue, so...
Also, the blue, it looks nice.
I'm digging the blue. It's a cool color.
I like it.
Very beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Amaya, you're probably sober, too.
You, yeah.
Indeed.
You want to come with?
Sure.
Let's go on a side quest. Okay. The girls and Gavin.
Just all link arms and go skipping.
I mean, Gavin's here for it. He'd totally do that.
You are changed since you died.
I just want to throw this out there. In another game that I'm in, all of the characters, player characters except one, are female. And I made the joke that when we needed a group name to call them Dalabor's Angels, but they turned that down, since it is the three of you and Gavin.
Gavin's Angels.
Do you want to be Gavin's Angels? That's really sexist. But anyway.
It's also kind of amusing that it's Amaya and the three other PCs that Amaya has had cause to have words with in the past.
That's
you know, it's an opportunity for us to kind of repair relationships.
This is a growth opportunity for everybody involved.
Growth opportunity.
Exactly.
All right. Let's head to House Madani, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Okay. So I'm just going to take the longboat then.
Yeah.
House Madani.
That does make the most sense.
And you get there without much issue. Ember, it's a little weird. Well, it's not weird. I mean, obviously you've been in the longship several times before, but you kind of reminisce of feeling the wind with each powerful beat of the wings, and just like, being in the longboat seems kind of tame.
So much slower. Because you have to go with traffic.
And you get to the Madani Tower and or basket, what have you. You do check in Rhiannon. And shortly after you check in, one of the house agents asks if you would be willing to come speak to him. We'll say his name is I do a lot of T names. Let me think of something else. Sorry, hold on a second. We'll go Sian.
What is it?
S-I-A-N.
S-I-A-N. Thank you. Do I know him? I'm assuming.
You know him professionally, like business acquaintance. He's part of the house. He's kind of a if you were to give it sort of a ranking, he's kind of like a mid-level sort of.
He's a middle manager.
Middle manager, kind of. Definitely does more administrative duties for the house than anything, but House Madani is one of those houses where, especially with the amount of investigative, free-thinking people, that some of the standard guild models of, guild master and then lieutenant and whatever, like it doesn't
really fit Madani.
It doesn't fit that sort of business pyramid structure. It's a lot more, for lack of a better term, kind of like intelligence communities where you've got like your handler agent who's got various agents in the field that they report directly to, and then the handlers kind of report into.
Yeah. Would he have been my handler, or would someone else have been?
Yeah, we'll say he's your handler, for lack of a better term.
I'm gonna step away for half a second. I can still hear you guys.
Sure, no worries.
Yeah, no, I will absolutely go with him and motion my companions along with us.
Okay. So, and he invites you all up into his office. And granted, it's not too terribly big. Like it's got a desk with a chair that he's at. It's probably got it's got like a wall full of bookshelves with different scrolls and parchments and books and whatever. That's very haphazardly. Well, not I shouldn't say haphazard. To the untrained would be haphazard mess, but it's like organized piles of chaos.
Yeah,
like
we do
for the most part, because that's how I am. But anyway, for the most part, except when I'm not. Anyway, and you see, and there's like another chair on the other side. And he's like, I do apologize to the rest of you. I don't have a whole lot of extra seating. My apologies. We tend to do more one-on-one, but you're welcome. And he kind of shuts the door and he's like, a couple of things. I have a letter for you, and I also have a note. I believe your father is in town, and he kind of hands you the note.
My father's in town?
Yes. So we sent the message that you requested via the House Civis message. And funny enough, just a few days ago, in point of fact, a burly individual looking a bit road weary, but otherwise none the worse for wear, and quite handsome, I must say. Pardon me. At any rate, I mentioned that he was looking to touch base with you and gave a location of where he will be staying for the next, I think it was week or two, basically waiting to hear back from you. The location and the information is there. I never met your father before. He seemed concerned for you, not surprising. But anyway, it was a nice visit. He was very matter of fact.
Yes, he is. Can I look at the letter? Who's the letter from?
The letter is actually from Meredith.
Okay.
And it's more of a just kind of a checking in. She had made, like when you checked in with House Madani, you got a feeling that she was made aware or made herself aware of what findings you had found up to that point. Ultimately, just kind of suggests and states again, it goes without saying, be careful. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call upon me.
Okay.
If it's within my power to help, I'll help. Kind of thing,
She's good people. Have you found anything out yet about my mother?
Have
you even looked yet?
Well, So we know this much. So the DAS syndicate, they're a criminal organization. They are run mostly by Droam expats, so to speak, and have ties to that nation of the sisters. They do have kind of an underground slave trade, which potentially is good news as far as her survivability, especially if she was able to get on Australian's grasp. That being said, there is, especially with the time frame, I mean, obviously this was out of character. I think we figured out the math. It was like 6 years ago.
5 years ago.
5 years ago. So we know, I mean, at the time, if they were funneling slaves back to Droam, then potentially one of the DAS syndicate could perhaps lead the way or make that introduction. It goes without saying, of course, they are a dangerous criminal organization. Goes without saying. However, being that the with all the what with the war starting up and all this calamity going on, the roads to Droam have been, well, Droam's official statement is to have kind of closed its borders. The few scouts that we know of that have tried to make it across have not come back. I don't, as much as we want to find your mother, we're worried of what resources we can bring to bear, considering the danger of it, at least at this point. However, that being said, you have I guess potentially a unique opportunity as your ship may be able to get you across in different ways, I guess. I mean, Lord knows we are receiving request after request after request by the few journalists that wish to know more about you and your crew. We, of course, have gone with the normal statements of, House Madani does not discuss the ongoing investigation of their guildmates, but, we're not the only inquisitives in town. So, I mean, while not necessarily well known, there are some people that have asked for generic information for you and your group. And we'll just leave it at that.
Gavin kind of looks over at Rhiannon and kind of looks over her and does that, can I say something? Look.
Please, you're all welcome here.
As we get more well known, it may behoove us to try to release certain bits of information and try to control the narrative as much as possible. Would House Madani be able to help us out with that?
As long as she's on the ship, your ship, I'm assuming.
Our ship.
Our ship.
Then the official stance of House Madani is that to not divulge information on an ongoing investigation with one of our agents. However, whatever information you would like to disseminate, we'll make sure it is done so
Unofficially.
correct. I mean, we're not nearly as sneaky as some of the spy organizations, but it's not like we don't know a few things here and there.
I'm staying out of Thrani and Farland. Thank you very much.
I don't blame you. I would like to stay out of their grasp as much as possible. But regardless, Madani is about finding information.
Right, Madani is about finding information, but Madani has also been known to control information.
We are what we are.
Gavin reaches into his pack and he pulls out a massive sheaf, like stack of parchment, and just.
Oh, that's okay.
I've been writing a book. There's nothing in there that other people can't know.
And you can see his eyes kind of perk up with the sort of there's knowledge to be found. Like,
it is a fictionalized account of much of what we have done.
okay. Are you working to publish this?
I'm just
I mean,
saying.
we're not technically a publisher, but I mean, we could.
No, but you know people.
A fictionalized account.
With
So
certain.
did you just give him a smut book? You gave him a smut book.
Well, yeah, I
Your
mean.
smut? You maybe skip over any portions that involve. You know what? I'm like.
It's a fictionalized account. Names and certain specific details have been changed to protect the innocent.
Brianne, you've been working with Seattle for a long time. You realize that his predilection.
I can't hear you, Brian.
I was going to say you've worked with Seattle for a while now as your mentor. You know his predilection does not go towards the ladies.
Yes. Gavin's book aside. Am I correct then in my understanding that despite her position when she was lost, and despite the fact that this house did next to nothing to get to the truth of the situation, regardless of my insisting that that was not in fact her, that this house will now not provide us with any additional resources or any assistance in pursuing information about the disappearance of my mother. Is that accurate?
You see he kind of opens up, leans back, opens up a drawer, and sets down this small little statuary that's maybe about 5 or 6 inches tall, and looks. Best way I can describe it is sort of like the head from Easter Island, but then it's almost like a little like bobblehead tiki, for lack of a better thing. And you see he kind of tings it, and very much like a bobblehead, it does kind of seem to bounce around a little bit. And all of a sudden you feel this kind of wave kind of wash over the room. And it's weird because when it you hear the little when it kind of first gets bounced around, but as this wave passes you, all sound just disappears for a moment, and then kind of reappears and goes. Look, officially, House Madani is struggling with trying to figure out where they're at with this war, especially with all of our losses in Ukraine. I don't know how much you've been keeping on with everything going on in your guys' lives, but Thrain murdered a bunch more people.
I am aware of that. They murdered a lot of Dragon Marked.
And we are... The House is trying to figure out how to respond. There are many elements within that want to get rid of our... The Dragon Marked House's normal neutrality that we have to fight back against Thrain. And I don't entirely disagree with them, but admittedly, right now, with the threat of everything that it is, the House's official stance is to pull up and protect its members. That being said, it's me. I'll help you as best I can. And what information I do have a couple of contacts in Dax.
I'll take what you've got.
They, two of them. One which I would suggest going to more as a last resort because they are more acquaintance than contact and not really all that loyal. I tend to use them very more as a last ditch effort. But they're running sorry, I was nose itching. The gentleman in question, a large, brutish Goliath by the name of Hars.
I'm sorry, what's his name?
Hars will go Harsc.
Okay. And he's my last resort.
I would suggest he's the last resort. He runs like an underground fighting ring down in the Fox.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah, Dask is here. Like, they're primarily on the chart. And some other parts of Braylon, of course, as they've got their networks and pipelines back in the drawing. But yes. At any rate, he runs a illegal fighting ring down in the Fox. And it is known to use slaves as part of their gladiatorial what have yous. But they tend to be very they tend to have a fairly rich clientele. A lot of nobles going into the seedier parts to have their thrill of illegalness. You know, typical standard born rich kids.
Yeah.
Like they do. But there's a possibility there. Just go careful. Like I said, they do use a lot of slaves in their fighting, so they definitely have a pipeline.
Yeah.
Out of character question. When Barca was talking about being a slave and a gladiator, does this track with what he was talking about?
I mean, not that he's giving you a huge description, but he was in charge in an underground fighting slave ring.
Okay.
Oh shit.
It's very possible.
So actually, yeah, Gavin will come up with. Out of curiosity, is this the only game in town? Are there other slave fights in the city?
Well, as you know, slavery in and of itself is technically illegal in the countries of Galifar. Not to say that those nations that, but obviously Dargan, Droin, they don't necessarily hold to those ideals, Kabara for that matter. The possibility of slavery in those locations, as well as, of course, in Zendrick, it's anyone's game. But there are nations that deal with it. As far as that goes,
in the city of Sharn.
But specifically in Sharn, is it the only game in town?
And also, would I don't know if I would.
There are some other underground fight groups, but this is the only one that I know of that specifically has slaves.
Would Ember know?
Fuck.
Because Ember did a lot of the underground stuff in
That's true. Ember, go
Sharn.
ahead and make a history roll.
Okay. Oh, I have really good history. Yeah.
At some point, kind of earlier in the conversation, Gavin would have looked at Amaya after dropping the manuscript on the thing, and just very we'll kind of do this.
Still establish a mind link.
Okay, just quickly get back to Ember real quick.
Go for it.
For your roll.
21.
So Ember, we'll say you've heard of it. You have never been there yourself.
Okay.
Because it does typically require, and the reason why was because it does typically require, you have to be invited. Like, it's kind of a little bit elitist in that regards, and you never were able to swing.
Never figured out how to swing a vote. Okay.
Right. Gotcha. And you realize part of that may have had more to do with the fact that you were technically of a different and somewhat rival criminal organization at the time.
Well, I've got that duality though.
Right. So you were unfortunately you were just never able to.
That's fair.
And Grigori wasn't always necessarily willing to risk it because he liked having you where you were at, especially how it would affect Hospitalis.
Yeah.
So
that's fair.
It was kind of it'd be great, but I don't want to risk this other stuff that we're doing with you, and we'll figure something out, kind of thing. So, yeah, unfortunately, you've heard of it to some extent, but you never.
So basically, there's no way that I could help the situation of trying to get them in. Okay.
Well, yes and no. I mean, you might know some people that have gone.
Maybe know some people. Maybe know some people.
So, I mean, that's...
Okay.
I mean, so that's something to... that is a possible avenue to explore. Because while you weren't there yourself, you definitely know through some gossip and chit-chat with some of the people that were.
Okay.
All right, so then going back to words, Gavin and Rhiannon, or whichever one.
Gavin and Amaya.
Oh yeah.
With the mind link, he'll just. I did not, would not, and will never, ever reveal her secret in that manuscript. As far as anybody who reads that thing is concerned, the ship is very, very slightly and mildly haunted.
You kind of hear a small chuckle, I guess, go across the mind link. I certainly appreciate that. I also hope that the fictionalized version of me was not the subject of one of the smut encounters in your book.
I kept it real.
Rhiannon, go ahead and make an insight roll. And Ember too, come on.
Oh, absolutely.
The response you get is just,
I don't have insight. This is not my strong. Oh, but I rolled a 15.
Amaya, I like you. I recognize, esoterically that you're an attractive woman. But I think of you as a slightly stern aunt.
23 for Rhiannon.
So yeah, the two of you kind of notice that Sion is just kind of sitting there looking back and forth kind of between Gavin, who's kind of looking at Amaya a little bit and and so that kind of they're both looking at each other a little bit, not saying anything. And you get the sense that Sion recognizes that something's going on there, but not obviously.
Yeah.
But
We're used to it, but yeah, it probably looks odd to someone who's trained to watch for stuff.
as much like you, Sion is very much about recognizing the little details and like reading people, reading the news. You're cut very much from the same cloth.
So Gavin's good. Let me finish my thought. Gavin's just like, I view you as kind of a slightly stern aunt, and while there is definitely smut in it, I would not say that it is a smut book.
Maya just kind of arches one eyebrow, and Gavin hears, "Aunt? This is exactly how old do you think I am?"
I don't fucking know. I have no way of knowing, do I? I don't know how long Kalashtar live.
You should be careful in the future when speaking to a woman and using words that imply certain ages.
A very young, attractive aunt, but I still don't want to fuck you.
Fair. We'll leave it at that, I think.
As soon as the room has gone quiet, he kind of... Oh, sorry.
It sounds like, at any rate...
Who's the second?
The other person in question, you may have a little bit more. You may be able to have a little more ease of access to. Unfortunately, this person's not always in Sharn, as they are a bit of a courier of sorts. But quite frankly, if you can get past he doesn't smell a whole, or he doesn't bathe a whole lot. So if you can get over the musky smell, he's actually a pretty decent individual.
We travel with a bugbear and goblins. Hello.
That is a fair point. But there's a gnoll by the name of
He's a regular gnoll.
Name, if you want to, his call sign, whatever he goes, basically goes by Husker.
Husker?
And again, it's kind of a courier of sorts for Dax.
Where can I find him when he's in town?
Well, I can give you a couple of. Here's a list of a couple of places. I've usually only spoken to him. There are a couple of bars that some of the dance people will frequent.
Mm-hmm.
They are also in the cogs. They don't really get much higher up unless they're working as mercenaries for Hostina. Which is the primary reason most of the quote-unquote monsters who exist in Sharn and areas outside of Drowan are typically because they were hired as mercenaries by Houston. In fact, House of Deneth probably has the largest presence in Drowan of any of the Dragonmark houses.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
And again, while I officially, and then you see he kind of stops the little object, and you feel that little kind of wave of non-sound sort of collapse. He goes, again, I'm sorry that we couldn't be of any further assistance. Of course, we are more than happy to assist you, though, with any employment we've got. Truthfully, I've got a client list a mile long that I'm sorting through. If you're staying in town for a while, I'd be happy to offload a few cases to you if you're available.
I appreciate the offer. I think that my talents are required elsewhere at the moment.
Understandable. Well, you always have a place here.
I appreciate it.
And it was a pleasure meeting all of you, and he offers his hand to each of you.
I'll shake it.
Hello, Maya.
Sure.
And you see Maya, when he shakes your hand, he kind of holds it for an extra second as he kind of takes one. It's like, you don't happen to be one of the flashcards.
Instant defense mode.
Maya will just kind of, slight smile on her face. She's going to mind link him, though, and just say, possibly.
It was a pleasure meeting all of you.
Insight fucking check.
And Maya, what you can get with the mind, like he isn't showing malice or anything, or even really not in of himself. He's just, it's more like he feels a little joy over the fact that he solved a puzzle.
There.
So you don't, you definitely don't get like any sort of, from what you can tell, people with mind, granted, it isn't like an all-state pass to his intentions, but you definitely get
right.
From what you're able to pass back and forth. It doesn't mean any ill will. It's more of a, like he just solved a crossword puzzle that the Sunday Times,
Yeah. Well, and Amaya's got an 8 passive insight, so kind of figured it was just that kind of idle curiosity.
Sure. And Ember, you don't.
I'm just suspicious as fuck.
What did you get?
I don't do insight. This is just. Yeah, I got a total 6.
He looks shady as fuck.
You look shady as fuck.
He's hard to read.
I just death glare him the entire time.
So yeah, shakes your hand, shakes some eyes, or whatever. Then goes to shake your hand, and then just kind of.
I shake. I just stare him down now.
And you see, he actually does kind of like, okay, and kind of slightly back off just a little bit, like, all right, well, again, it is a pleasure. If you have any questions.
Enjoy the book.
Thank
Use
you
it
so much.
strategically.
Thank you. I will, I'm very interested to read this.
About a third of the way through, you're going to find something I think you'll find very interesting.
I will stand up and walk out.
Okay.
I will follow.
I will follow as well.
And as I'm walking out, I'll open the note from my father.
Okay.
Does it just?
I'll be in the back, and I'll give him a quick side glance as I walk away.
That's fair. The note for your father being just says, again, he arrived. Here's where he's staying. He's going to be there for he didn't know your time frame. He'll be there as long as his money. He puts it as he'll be there as long as his money lasts.
So timing wise, would he have had time to get my message and get to Sharn from Kabara?
Yes, because you sent the message before you guys left the Rowan, if I recall.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because then we did that,
So,
and then the dragon,
and so that actually would have put it at about a little over a week and a half.
Mm.
Now, granted, that is a pretty, he probably used some favors and resources to get back to Shard so quickly because either he took passage on an elemental galleon or airship or paid to have a teleport or something. He definitely was using some magical means to get here because a normal sailing vessel usually, a standard sailing vessel usually takes a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Okay.
Give or take, depending on the weather.
So House Orion might have possibly played a part, the lightning rail. It's really more.
Right, but the lightning rail doesn't go through the Mornland as of yet, so
True.
It only and the Mornland doesn't go to Mornland. well, the Mornland doesn't go to Kavara, but the rail line also does not currently go to Kavara. It ends, the most southeastern end ends in Valinor, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a fucking map. I suppose I could look. That would be a smart thing, right?
It's
Do we want to
not
pay?
critical.
Do we want to pay a quick visit to my dad and then call it?
Actually, I lied. The last rail line goes to Gatherbold, and it's went to Plains as far as the most southeasterly spur.
Gotcha. Yeah, we should. I think we should go see your dad.
Cool.
Let's go.
Okay.
Hop back in the longboat with a little dance.
Gavin explains that about a third of the way through the book is the smut scene with Tosh.
Ah, that's fair.
Nice.
And unknown to you, but he will bookmark that section.
Oh,
And maybe read it more than a few times.
Gavin is a good-looking fella.
But so you guys head down there to where your dad's at, and you see it's you're probably now maybe about midway down in the tower, so like middle Tabit's Landing or something along those lines. Yes, please. And you so it's kind of middle class.
Yeah, decent area, but not pricey.
Yeah, and you get to the inn. It's called the it seems kind of archery themed. It's called like the Mist Shop, and like the sign is basically like a target.
Mm-hmm.
A circular target that is then on a square and then an arrow off the edge, like not on the target.
Yeah.
And you enter inside, and by the time you get there, figure with travel time, and by the time you get there, like the tavern and inn itself is probably kind of in the like if you were to give it a time frame, like the 11ish o'clock hour. Hi, that's where we'll get something. Sorry, a little distraction. And
That's okay.
as Rivers getting distracted, we let him eat it. You see there's a bar kind of just strumming away, but the place is very much quieted down. Like it's not. If they had more of a rolling tavern feel, like it's definitely quieted down. Like it's like there's just kind of some random kind of not just a handful of people sort of left, and some of the servers are cleaning up. And
is there anybody in the tavern? Do I see my dad anywhere?
Yeah, there's like not counting the serving staff or the bartender, there's about 5 people.
So there was a bar?
One of them being a bar that's just kind of...
Ember's instantly judging him.
Sort of lightly
First, do I know this bard?
Go ahead and make a intelligence roll, Ember.
Sure. I have that. 19.
You actually do recognize, we'll say him. We'll call him, seem to go a lot for teams. I need something else. All right. I will say Lysander. And he's kind of you recognize him as a very sort of down on his luck guy.
Yeah.
Like, he always seemed to have the worst luck. Like, there was an audition where he was trying to get into something and the string broke partway through, and like he's always like, anytime he's had money, he always gets mugged. Like, it always seems like bad luck. Like, he's never been able to get like a full-on patron.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to first. I'm gonna go to Rhiannon.
And he's not a bad player, but and it looks like his instrument actually looks like maybe at some point it's had some repairs done to it.
Sure. Rhiannon, what does your dad look like?
Do I see him in here?
You do actually.
I point at him.
Perfect.
And you see, because when a person just walks through the door and starts pointing at people, they tend to get a little like, what the hell? And you see he looks up and a moment of like,
Mm-hmm.
And you see he gets up and he's like, Rhiannon. He runs up and gives you a big hug.
Oh, I like full on run at him. Yeah.
Okay, I think
give him
she
a big
got
hug.
this. I'm gonna step away from the family moment.
All right.
And just go up to the front row and just listen to Lysander while they have their thing.
Is there a daddy squeal? Tell me there's a daddy squeal.
What?
Daddy!
No. Rhiannon would not call her father
That
daddy.
made me so happy.
You know what? I'm not even going to say that. It's fine.
You be quiet.
I got here as soon as I was able to. As soon as I got your notice.
You got here fast.
Well, I still have a few favors with that I call upon from time to time. When you save a rich or noble's life from getting eaten by a T-Rex, they tend to be
grateful.
Yeah.
Missed you.
So tell me, I hear there's a ship or something like your I've heard rumors. I need, please let's come sit down.
Okay.
And hello, and he kind of.
Hello, sir. My name is Gavin Pendergast.
I'll introduce everyone. That over there is Ember. She's our resident snarky bard. Exceptionally talented.
You're doing Lysander shit right now. I'll be right with you.
Fair.
That translates to she's giving Lysander shit right now.
And I'll introduce Amaya, who is the captain. Or I think we promote you to Commodore?
We're all captain, Admiral.
Commodore.
Commodore. 2 ships.
Commodore Amaya.
Although I never went back to get that second ship.
You know what?
It doesn't matter. It's still counts.
We've been back for a day, okay?
And you see he goes, you're military then?
Not exactly, but I suppose close enough.
This is, I have a sneaking suspicion this is a conversation that might need a few drinks. What are you drinking, sir?
Oh, just some ale.
Gavin goes to the bar and orders a round.
Also, that's my lover.
Oh.
Why would you...
Got Gotta make him a little uncomfortable.
He just turns around and goes to the bar.
Even Ember stops at that. There might be a little, like, off-key plunk that Lysander does.
Maya kind of pauses for a
Yeah,
second.
actually, you hear
Maya kind of pauses for a second, then does kind of a quick 90-degree turn, like, "Hey, Gavin, let me help you carry those."
I think we'll need
Those are
another
dad's for.
round immediately.
Gavin walks up to the bartender and like is not making eye contact with the bartender. I just need a glass of literally the best ale that you have in this place.
Okay.
And then, you know what, just one for everybody at that table.
Okay.
And one for me as well.
Mixed nuts.
Yeah, sorry, and one for my friend here as well. And apparently some mixed nuts.
So Rhiannon, so your dad kind of leans in, looking over again. It's like, so on a scale of 1 to 10, how much are we messing with him on this?
Oh, absolutely. Like at least at a 7.
All right. Father mode initiated.
I hate you all.
Wonderful.
And so yeah, you just see, and Gavin, you're like gathering the drinks, and you manage to peek over your shoulder, and you just see him like staring in the eye.
Yes.
My nuts, man!
And then you're, yeah.
I got your nuts right here.
Gavin brings over your nuts and hands you an ale and then heads over to the table.
I'm just doing this.
Ember's giving him crazy
Right.
eyes.
This is the best.
You see, Lysander looks a little bit hopeful until he realizes you weren't talking about him, and then he just kind of goes back to like shooting
Dude.
down and playing this.
I told you the loot is not your thing.
You have one.
I will put the ale in front of her dad and go, there you go, sir.
Respect. I like that. So at any rate, so yes, we can proceed to kind of give you the show. It's like,
Yes.
yes, I got here as soon as I could.
But I don't suppose you know anything or have any sort of contacts that could be helpful.
To be fair, I'm kind of.
Yeah, sorry.
Your mom was the urban explorer. You know, the cities.
But you've done favors.
I have.
Done any favors for anyone from the Drask Syndicate?
No, didn't even really know much about them until you sent what information you had with your letter. I mean, some of the areas down below are pretty sketchy, so I've, can't say I haven't taken a look here and there, but I haven't found anything. Admittedly, I've been staying out of actual interaction range, or just kind of observing what I could outside, but I haven't found any useful information, at least that I can think of at the moment.
The wealthy noble that you did a favor for, did you use all that favor up?
I mean, that favor-wise, yeah, probably, but I could still be in communication with them.
You don't happen to know if this person, is fond of fight rings, do you?
We bring it up in conversation.
If we could somehow acquire an invitation to a particular fighting ring. Got in the cogs.
All right, I'll see what I can find out.
At this point, Gavin pulls out a piece of paper and a quill and starts frantically writing something. Just apropos of nothing. It's just, go ahead.
You see he looks down, looks up at you, looks back down at the paper, then looks back at Rian.
He's a writer.
Well, at least we know you can do that.
Gavin seems to write just a little extra more furiously.
Well, he's kind of peering over Gavin's shoulder, trying to see what he's writing.
What languages do you speak?
Ooh, Amaya speaks Common, Draconic, Quarian, Riedran.
You probably don't understand it. Nope, you don't.
Just curious, what language are you writing in?
Celestial.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
That's not what I know.
Samesies.
There's no one sitting at the table that knows that.
Nope.
What's weird is when the ink hits the paper, you just hear this thing. Oh.
Dad, as excited as I am to see you, it's been a while.
Been a while.
Been a while. Why are you here?
Look out. When your mother went missing, and I guess when everyone presumed that she was dead, everyone but you. I did the only thing that I knew how to do. The only thing that could clear my head. I guess I'm not great with words, I admit, but not like you and your mother.
You left.
I know.
You left me.
I know, and I'm sorry. I shouldn't. But I just didn't. You and your mother, you're the clever ones. You're the smart ones. I know how to be out there. And I just... When I was with Donnie, when your peers, when even they said the trail went cold,
You left me.
I lost hope. And I compounded it by failing you, and I'm sorry. That's why I'm here now.
I needed you then.
I know. And I can't go back in time and change the past. But I'm, for what it's worth, I'm here now. Sorry, kid. I didn't mean to leave you stranded.
We should have gotten through it together.
You're absolutely right. And I'm going to make it up to you. For what it's worth, I didn't leave to get away from you. I left because the pain of the memories of your mom. I knew a house without me would help for you.
And I lived with the pain of those memories every single day, just alone. I walk in her shadow every single day, alone. I'm glad you're back for however long you're here for. Talk to your friend, see if you can maybe get some of us an invite to this fighting club, this fighting ring. That's how you can be useful. Stay out of trouble. If you
see, he does reach out and grab your hand. I know, especially after all this time, it may not have much weight, but I am sorry. I will be here as long as you need.
If you need more permanent housing, I can get something arranged for you.
Well, I may have to get some odd jobs here and there eventually, but I'm not broke by any means.
Okay.
But, you know me, I get a little flustered in city time.
I know. Okay.
So tell me more about, if you're willing, tell me more about everything that's happened. Last I knew you died on an airship. And now you're flying around in a
airship.
Another airship.
Looking one, which probably has a lot of questions on its own as far as that, but we'll kind of we'll stick back to the focus of you.
Well, I did not in fact die.
Which I'm very happy and elated and delighted to hear.
And I'll give him like a brief rundown of some of our adventures and
the road so far and carrying
the
on my
road
wayward
so
son.
far. Keeping out, of course, any sort of specific mention of Zaya's nature, and just kind of the basics, sticking to fact as concisely as possible, as her training would entail. And
do you mention anything about Zaya being Zaya, or just?
I refer to the ship, but I refer to Zaya being
sure.
Ship.
Yeah. Yes. The name of the ship being the Berezaya Argia, and we just call the ship Zaya for short. Yeah. And we'll acknowledge at some point that I am not much of a storyteller and that Gavin has a book that he's writing.
Oh,
Yeah, at some point.
You're a writer.
I guess I am. I never really thought of myself in those terms, but yeah.
So my daughter is dating essentially an artist.
I mean, I wouldn't say we're dating. We're definitely sleeping together.
Huh.
You're fucking with me, aren't you?
And you see, even he's starting to get to the point where he can't hold it in anymore. It's like, yeah, kid, we're just fine. I mean, not literally. That's her job. But,
Okay, all right. Hey.
Indeed it is. I mean, well, it's less fun to mess with you now that we're doing it.
Trust me, man. When you see a couple of brontosauruses kind of doing the thing, even whatever, it's.
I don't have a response to that.
I mean, he's seen a dragonborn, right?
That's not... Dragonborn don't come from dinosaurs. Do they? No, they don't come from dinosaurs.
Dragon.
Technically, the lizard folk don't do either, but you see some subtle differences here and there. Doesn't stop them from...
Dad, you can call it, like, mating or whatever. You don't have to do the hand motions.
Yeah, but it makes it more uncomfortable when I do.
That's fair.
So, you'll forgive me. I never had this kind of relationship with my father, so this is new.
Well, let's just say we were relatively frank and earnest with Rhiannon regarding the birds and the bees very early on.
X.
Let's just say my father really had no idea what to do with me after puberty. And we'll leave it at that. Yeah, my role on the ship seems to be saying something stupid and then apologizing for it.
I kind of chokes on a swallow of ale at that.
I mean, you give good apology.
I'm real good at talking myself out of situations. I just wish I could not, talk myself into the situation first.
We'll get you there eventually.
Baby steps.
Well, I mean, small talk. We'll regale with some adventures and.
And truthfully, we could probably just leave it at that.
Yeah.
I do want, so I don't forget for next time, I do want to say that I took that note and I brought it up to a certain Inquisitor's shop, which is, I believe, not super far from here, actually, because I think it was on Upper Tavik's Landing.
Yeah, it's in the area. You're able to do your dead drop without any issue.
But basically, it's just saying, hey, we're probably going to be going to Droam at some point. Is there anything that I need to be looking into further? Do you have any information about, and I'll give Rhiannon's mom's name and her disappearance.
Okay.
I will mention the Dask Syndicate too.
Okay.
Yeah. Just make sure that gets dropped before we go back to Zaya.
Sure.
Go back to Zaya.
And yeah, as far as that's all I wanted to do.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, I imagine that Rhiannon's happy to chat with him pretty long into the night. Like, she had to give him shit about leaving, but...
Well, you definitely, being that you're a person who is very well trained in reading people in general, you do get the sense that like him leaving was probably the biggest regret he's ever had. And he does again. He does kind of maybe mention at some point. It was never about leaving you. He knew you were going to get taken care of. It was just that he lost hope. And because if Madani couldn't find her, who the fuck could? Kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
You also kind of get the sense that he is hopeful in your investigation, but that's definitely tinged with it's kind of on the nice edge a little bit, where he almost kind of like he's tentative about, as hopeful as he is, he's tentative about being too hopeful because he's been down this road before.
Yeah.
And more importantly, he doesn't want to lose you. You also get a sense very much that he's very proud of the fact. I mean, he's always been proud of you anyway. But you definitely also get a sense he's exceptionally proud over the fact that, like, yeah, you did something that even your own damn house couldn't do. Like, if anyone can find her, it's you, kind of thing. Like that, that sort of.
I am my mother's daughter.
You are very much your mother's daughter. Yeah.
Excellent. Cool. Thank you.
Sorry, someone posted a thing that I just have to share real quick before we go here, because I think this is probably a pretty good endpoint.
Sure.
If you have 2 druids of sufficient level, whirlwind and conjure animals, they can create a Sharknado.
Yeah, that's why I said no.
Combo spells are nasty.
It's gonna happen.
So Katie needs a friend, is what I'm hearing?
Katie needs a friend.
Katie needs a friend.
And with that little anecdote, we will kind of wrap it up today.
Wait a minute. Wait just a god darn minute. The other game that we're playing with Ordadov and them, we have 2 characters with 10 levels of Druid.
Let's end the stream.
This is not game related.
Let's end the stream.
Just not this game. So
we do not have druids.
So let me wrap it up real quick. I just want to thank everybody again who's stuck with us and watched. We went a little later this evening. Hope you enjoyed it. I know I did. I had a blast. This was a wonderful, beautifully emotional, wonderful role-playing session. Yeah.
Whoosh.
Whoa.
Timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly.
I know. I had a lot of fun. I hope you all did too.
I had a blast. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, it was great. Thanks, Brian.
And then we said was going to be on the 10th.
Yeah, so we'll be back December 10th. We're going to be
January 10th.
January 10th, like I said. We're skipping what we normally.
Not that wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Normally we would be back in 2 weeks, but because of the holiday and people having life stuff happening, it's not feasible. So we'll be back the 10th, and then we'll play the following week as well, to kind of make up for lost time. So
and then the 17th we'll be back on the regular.
Right. Yeah. So check Facebook, the Blind GM on Facebook, for details about when that's going to happen. I will probably post again on TikTok for those of you who found your way here from there.
Or on my TikTok.
Or on her TikTok, which is...
Or my Instagram.
Or, yes. Lots of places to find us all. Thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you in a few weeks.
Bye, guys.
I'm out of coffee.